Ogba masquerade dance, acrobatic cultural dance, originated from the Gala people of Kogi State, Nigeria. Historically, this masquerade dance is used during the rites of passage as the masquerade display its energetic dance, which is deeply tied to ancestral veneration and serves as a vibrant expression of religious cultural heritage. This Ogba masquerade dance is viewed as manifestation of deities and ancestral spirits. The masquerade performance requires immense agility and strength, featuring rhythmic, well-rehearsed body movements that are guided by traditional drums and gongs for performance. This Ogba masquerade dance has evolved into a popular cultural exports, showcased of festivals, burials of noble individuals, and community events across various regions of Nigeria. The dancers typically wear brilliant, distinct attire to embody the spirit of the masquerade, while thrilling audience with their impressive footwork. For a closer look at the energetic footwork and traditional rhythms that makes up Ogba masquerade performance.
Ojo de aṣáájú ẹ̀ abẹ́rẹ́ tó pẹ́ ẹ̀. What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good morning, esteemed viewer. Good morning, Nigeria. Welcome once again to another wonderful Monday morning on This Morning on ITV, where, of course, we get to take a deep dive into all of the issues that are shaping Nigeria's social and political space, both political, both economic, whatever is the conversation. We're bringing you fresh perspectives here on the program. I am Chuku from Nanya Digwe, and of course I am one of your anchors right here in our Benin studio. Just to remind you, we do this across 3 centers here in Benin, Lagos and Abuja, where we bring a lot of talk, a lot of consequence, and we unpack all of the issues that are shaping these stories and these headlines right here in Nigeria and even globally. Here in Benin, I'm not alone. I'm joined by the beautiful Anu Oluwapo Stevens. Good morning to you, Anu. How was your weekend and how are you firing up for Monday?
Good morning, amazing Chukwufunaya. I'm great. My weekend was amazing. How was your weekend?
It was restful and it's just great to be on set again doing what I love.
Absolutely. Well, as regards the touring here in Nigeria, it was actually a busy weekend as always, especially, emanating from insecurity, which has become a front burner right now, and I'm sure we'll delve right into it during the course of the show.
Definitely we will. Something that was very consequential, though, if I should just mention, that happened just yesterday is one particular program from the itinerary of events that are marking Democracy Day. We had on June 7 the National Interdenominational Church Service, and today we're going to be having, today June 9 is going to be the Democracy Day public lecture. Tomorrow is going to be that. But yesterday we had, the National Interdenominational Church Service on June 7, where we had a lot of, talk from the presidency, the government, about this same insecurity issue. And one thing that has been spotlighted when you talk about insecurity in Nigeria over the weekend was the abduction and subsequent rescue of the former power minister's sister and her twin boys, her 12-year-old twin boys. Yes, this particular story has taken a lot of our conversations in our social media space and spaces right here visually by storm. People are talking, they were kidnapped, still the same insecurity, and they were rescued in 72 hours. Happening same Oyo State in Ibadan. So there's a lot of conversation about the also kidnapped pupils and teachers in the same Oyo State. There's a bias also, people saying, why did that the rescue of the former minister's family members happen so speedily, and you still have the rescue of the kids and the pupils and teachers being dragged. So yeah, there's a lot of conversation around that, Anu, but what do you think?
Absolutely. That's pretty much laying emphasis to the week that was. We saw that trended over the weekend on the social media streets, and it says a lot. But I actually feel the conversation regarding insecurity sadly has come to stay, and it's really disheartening to see every single time that when you look at the front pages of the newspaper, mainstream media, and even on social media, the issue regarding insecurity emanates every single time. So we were here when we had the news that the former Minister of Power's sister and her twin children, who happens to be 12 years, Peter and Paul, got kidnapped. And within the space of barely 3 days after, we saw that the police went there, and we also heard rumor had it that Sunday Igboho had a hand in it in facilitating the rescue of the victims, even though the police first had to debunk that news. And yeah, a lot of Nigerians reacting to it, saying, okay, so is it a case of because it's someone in power and has all of that amazing, beautiful structure, that's why the speed was on to secure their rescue? And what about those other children in Oyo State, 46 children who have been in captivity since the 15th of May 2026? And also the one that also happened same day in Borno State, why is it also not trending? What really is the issue here? Over the weekend, we saw the Minister of Work, Dave Umahi, who was so vocal about what is going on in the country, and he says, and he pleaded with Nigerians not to politicize the situation. But I think we've moved past politicizing the situation, because it is something that is happening in our faces, in our everyday life, and it's really affecting us mentally, emotionally, and also other area globally as well. The issue regarding state policing was also on the front burner. The issue regarding the 1,000 forest guards being talked about by President and the delegation he sent to Oyo State was there. But needs to say that this is not the first time our president was even talking about the forest guards. 2 years ago he highlighted the same thing, but did we see that happen is the question. I feel like what goes on in Nigeria is medicine after death, a situation where we are more reactive other than being proactive, and this is where we are. And now we're hearing talks about security being everybody's business and how you have to protect yourself and all of that, but it's a sad one at the end of the day.
Definitely, it is a sad one. And these are all of the issues that we've seen per time characterize Nigeria's security architecture. Yes, just over the weekend, we saw that the Nigeria Police Force has rescued Mrs. Olaide Busayo Adegoke, John Paul, and her 12-year-old twin sons, Peter and Paul, alive during a rescue operation carried out around 7:30 p.m. on Saturday. A lot of people have drawn a contrast between that and the Oyo State kidnapping and how those 45 teachers and pupils are still in captivity. Really, it is a lot, and it's a lot of talk from the citizens and netizens, and it's also a lot of talk from the government of the day. We have Abuja correspondent right now, Joseph Kadiri. He is standing by to also take a dive on this conversation. We also have in Lagos, Patricia Gabriels. But first of all, good morning to you, Joseph. How is Abuja, and what are your takes on the security situation so far? All right, a bit of a glitch there. Let's move over to Patricia. Good morning. So good to see you looking so radiant. How was your weekend? And how's Lagos? Tell me.
Good morning, Chukwufunanya. Lagos is so beautiful this Monday morning. And thank you for having me this morning. Okay, we're looking at the security issues in Nigeria, and a lot has been happening in Nigeria concerning the security issues. And you brought about the former minister of power. The sister was kidnapped and the twin boys. And, you know, within some hours they were rescued. What happens to the other children also kidnapped in the same Oyo, the same Nigeria? Every tongue is asking the same question that you and I are asking. And then some people on the social media floor says they think it is staged. They just staged it to say that, okay, upper people too are also being kidnapped. But if it's staged, why now saying they are rescued and leaving the other people out there in the bush, the other students and the principal and teachers who are there? They don't have a 2-year-old girl still in that forest. Anyways, a lot of things are going on in security right now in Nigeria, and trust me, Chukwufunanya, I don't think it's becoming funny. Just like you said, a lot of kidnaps has happened in Oyo, but why select that you can rescue immediately? Why won't you also rescue the other people? That's my take here, Chukwufunanya.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Just to respond to something that you said, I did a bit of research, and let me put it forward. People often assume bias, especially when it comes to high-profile kidnapping, something connected to the government. But there's a lot of conversation, and people are saying that the reason why the rescue of these children and their mother, even when they are related to the former power minister, might have been so speedy, could be one, location and mobility of kidnappers. Now, high-profile kidnappings in urban, peri-urban areas like Ibadan are quickly possible to track. So that's one thing that has been said per time. Let's also have your take and get to know how you're doing, Joseph. Good morning to you.
All right, a very good morning, Chukwufunanya. Good morning, Patricia. Abuja, good morning, Nigerians. Welcome to this morning on ITV. Well, the cheering news from the northeast and the southwest, it's something that is worthy of commendation by the security agencies that actually carry those dual operations out. Of course, the Nigerian Army in the northeast and the IGP rescue team in the southwest. Right, for those in the northeast, you know that, I mean, it's close to 2 decades now that axis has been bedeviled with wave of insecurity, terrorism, kidnapping for ransom, and the list is endless. And when that happens, it comes with very heavy malnutrition because people no longer have access to their farms, and when there is decrease in food production, it affects, our consumption of food, and that's why for some time we've seen the high level of malnutrition leading to about 2.5 million children that are severely, acutely malnourished. Now, for what has happened yesterday, I mean, we should give credit to, the Nigerian Army and those involved in it. If it's possible, you can even commend the President, Bola Tinubu, for providing the resources to do that, because it requires both human, financial, and other resources that we may not know. And 360 women and children in the den of terrorists being rescued. It's something that we can say, this has happened, it's a good thing. Can we also have it sustained? Can it be replicated in other axes? In Niger State, in Plateau State, some part of Southwest where, this wave is coming up now, because before now it was only in the Northeast, but recently in North Central, in Southwest, the news is there. So what happened? How was this done? What were the factors responsible for this rescue? Can it be sustained? And if it is, can it be replicated in other, axes? A good one that we saw, I've seen that video, I'm sure that you have also seen that video, how the police actually busted, into the den of those holding the former Minister of Labor's, Minister of Power's sister and her children, in captive. And we saw that even those that are in the ceiling were also brought down and were arrested. All these are cheering news, but what Nigerians want to see is that it should be sustained and replicated in other axes. This is something that we'll continue to talk about. This may be some kind of point scored. 2027 is just by the corner. This may be used as also part of campaign. Whatever what may become of it, we do not want our citizens to be kidnapped when we have the resources to foil it. So, Chukwufunaya.
Joseph, for letting us in on your disposition on that. Well, for many Nigerians, the question remains the same. When would this spate of insecurity in Nigeria be put to an end? Well, you're still watching This Morning on ITV. We'll take a short break, after which we'll have the newspaper review segment. Our guest reviewer and HOD Mass Communication Department, University of Benin, Dr. Dan Eherefo, is standing by to join us. Join us again. Welcome back to TMI on ITV. We're still live in our Benin studio, and right now I welcome two very distinguished fellows. First we have Dr. Dan Eherefo, who is our guest reviewer and HOD Mass Communication Department. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Good to have you. We also have veteran broadcaster and my boss, Dr. Sonny Duke Okosun. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Anu. Good morning, Chukwufunaya. Good morning, Anu. It's a delight to be with you on the show today. And I also want to appreciate Dr. Dan Eherefo, Associate Professor of Mass Communication. A lovely conversation you guys started out with this morning on what has happened in your state, and it's still happening. And the conversation has changed all of a sudden to, because the lady and the children kidnapped, they are related to a high-profile personality, they will rescue so easily. Meanwhile, the school children and the teachers, they are still in the forest. Anyway, we'll look at all of that. I know Dr. Dan is eager to say something of that, but something big and huge is happening today on the ITV platform. Is the former unveiling of a veteran broadcaster, veteran film producer, someone who has been into several things with panache, with excellence, with outstanding performance and is now a part and parcel of the ITV and radio family. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's welcome from our Benin studio the one and only His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Victor Ohai, who is joining us from our Lagos Network studio. Dr. Victor Ohai, it's a delight to welcome you to the ITV and radio family. Good morning, welcome on board the show.
Good morning. Thank you so very much. It is a pleasure to be a part of what in the following days, months, and years will be a bigger, a better, and how do I put it now? An ITV that will change the face of broadcasting, not only in Benin, but in Nigeria.
You're welcome, Doctor. It's good to have you here with us as a family. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, so much to talk about today. While you're there already, Dr. Victor Ohai, you also have another of your very good friend here, the HAD Mass Communication Department, Dr. Dan Haraf. I'm sure you're delighted to see him. Dr. Dan, say hi to Dr. Ohai.
Dr. Ohai, good morning this morning. Your last visit to Benin, I was thinking we were going to meet. Unfortunately, I was again somewhere. It's a pleasure to have you on ITV program this morning.
Okay, let's move on. I'm sure. Okay, yes, we can hear you now. Yes, Dr. Ohai, we can hear you.
No, it's such a great pleasure to see Dr. Dan virtually there, very good friend of mine, and is someone I love and have a lot of respect for. Dr. Dan, good to see you.
Happy to see you too.
Pleasure.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Let's kickstart the conversation with the papers segment. We have veterans now who is going to give us insights into all that is happening on the papers review segment. So Chukwufina, let's get started, yeah?
All right, kickstarting the newspaper review segment, we start with the Daily Independent. That's our first point of call. Now, Daily Independent headlines there: how Middle East crisis is driving up inflation costs in Nigeria. That's a major headline on Daily Independent. In more stories, it says, court declares NAS 110 billion naira vehicle allowance schemes unlawful. Also on Daily Independent, troops rescue 360 abducted women and children in Goza. Moving away from that, we see on page 29, Atiku mocks Babachir Lawal over alleged failed ADC primary rigging plot. Also on Daily Independent, but this time on page 7, Tinubu intensifying efforts to ease economic hardship. Who said this? George Akume. And it goes on to say it vows federal government won't bow to terrorists and bandits. Away from that, $25 billion Nigeria-Morocco gas pipeline faces financial and security hurdles. Another story right there on that paper says, PDP BOT sues INEC, demands recognition of Tanimu Turaki-led NWC. That story is on page 6. And now finally on Daily Independent, police arrest 4 suspects linked to abduction of Adelabu's sister. That story is on page 29. Over to you, Dr. Dan. Let's have your insights.
Well, our country is import dependent. So if you look at the rising cost of inflation in Nigeria in terms of food prices, economic goods, and other sources of livelihood for Nigerians, the reason why things keep going on is the fact that we depend largely on importation. The level of production within the country is low. So if you are import dependent, there is a global crisis. The implication is that we have a trickle effect on you. That is one of the reasons why inflation seems to be going higher. The other headline about the rescue of Adelabu's sister Well, the arguments are neither here nor there. What is important is that those rescued, those kidnapped have been rescued. Whether it is because he's a sister to a rich man is not here or there. Because if you suffer kidnapping in any form, the psychological effect is always very high. What I would urge Nigerians to do is to first commend the security agencies for responding to this case, and to urge them that the same spirit they use in rescuing their reliable sister should be deployed in other cases. Unfortunately, what is common in our climb here is that sometimes when kidnapping cases are reported, the police authorities will tell you we don't have fear, we don't have necessary logistics to mobilize. So probably the logistics were provided that gave birth to the earlier rescue of these ones. It's a challenge of the security agencies that if indeed they were able to do this, it means in other cases, if the right synergy is formed, we can get the same level of response for other cases of kidnapping in Nigeria. Is an encouragement to the police to act right. On the court ruling regarding the mass acquisition of vehicles and all the rest, it has always been a subject of litigation. Why would the legislature make laws, they not perform executive functions? You award projects. What the executive arm of government does is what the legislative arm is still doing. That is not the spirit of constitutional democracy. The executive ought to be the ones in charge of basic executive functions. But what you see is that because of this tendency for compromise, the executive arm allows the legislative arm to do their bidding. But if you look at it in relation to the judiciary, the government has not been very sincere in letting the judiciary do what the legislatures are doing. You still approve budget for them, even though we have talked about legislative or judicial independence in our country. It has not really worked. But on the part of the legislature, in some states, they now have freedom for what they call independence. At the national assembly, they have independence. So the legislature now make laws, they now execute. What is the function of the executive? For taking that case to court and the judgment is given, it's a sign that if the executive wants this tendency to stop, they should be ready to do what is right so that they can also act as check on the tendency of the legislature to veer into their function. That's what I will say with reference to that headline.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Dan. Let's look at our next paper for review. The Daily Sun is our next port of call. On the front page, it says, government won't surrender to terrorists, bandits, says Tinubu. The writer says, recent attacks, abductions are painful reminders that more work remains to be done. All right, and still on the Daily Sun, opposition reps close ranks to challenge Tinubu's legislative agenda. House leadership not involved in minority caucus crisis, according to the spokesman. Xenophobic attacks, FG to airlift over 500 Nigerians from South Africa. You want more on these stories? Get a copy of the Daily Sun. Still on the Daily Sun, on page 25 it says, FG's cross appeal undermines Karu's sentencing, says IPOB. Katsina government raises hope on rescue of abducted General Rabe and of course his wife. Hospital patients lament shortage of staff, drugs in Ondo, Osun and Ekiti. PDP crisis, Wabara, Babangida, Aliyu, Jerry Gana, others sue INEC, seek recognition. You find that story on page 6. Let's quickly head up to Lagos. Let's get Dr. Hai's inputs and insights into these headlines. Dr. Hai, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I want to start with the story of government not surrendering to terrorists. We've had a lot of rhetorics. I think it's not about saying that they do not want to surrender. What is most important is what is being done. How much are we tolerating the terrorists, which seems to be the case all this while. It's no longer time to talk. We have generals in captivity, like we saw the case of Rabiu there, and we see a lot of kidnappings every day, and we hear about people who are in kidnappers. I mean, we see images online of kidnappers boldly showing off money, showing off arms, and nothing is happening. I think we need to move from rhetoric to action. And then on the list of our citizens from South Africa, I think that it is time that it's all well and good, but this is something we've done over and over and over again. What needs to be done right now is for, I think, the president to be able to take leadership at the AU level, along with his brother presidents, to see how they can address or call to order the president of South Africa so they can address these issues once and for all. I mean, for how long can you keep airlifting many of these immigrants? And there's a need for the South Africans to strengthen their inner immigration and policing strategies to ensure that if there are illegal immigrants, as soon as visas are expiring, they're moving them out, so that you don't get cases of people, too many of them, people being targeted, both the innocent and those that are not guilty. On the issue of the general, it's a shame. This never used to happen. We have an army that has been to Liberia, to Sierra Leone, and they've been involved in peacekeeping across the continent. And you know, when a general is captured, it doesn't speak well at all. And for them to remain in captivity for so long, for any, even military personnel, I'm not even talking about civilians, to remain in captivity for so long, speaks a lot about our communication in this country. It speaks a lot about our sincerity about the fight against terrorism. But it is what it is, and we'll have to wait and see. On the final note, on the issue of the House of Reps and what the opposition party is planning to do, it is unfortunate that many of them kept quiet until now, compromised, probably because of the perks of office. They forgot to play the role of opposition in the National Assembly, and now that what is happening is posing an existential threat to their very existence, coming back to power, they now appear to be fighting. All I can say is I wish them well, but they must remember, whether you are in the opposition or in the ruling party, that you owe a duty to people who have voted you there. First of all, if you go there shouting on your mandate, at the end of the day, you're going to be a victim of that same mandate.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hai, for those useful insight. Dr. Dan, do you want to quickly lap up on that before we take our next paper?
I will speak on General Rabe's case. If you observe clearly, there is a recurring cases of attack on military bases. I have been asking yesterday when I reflected on the recent attack in Borno, I was asking this question: is it that the military authorities are not thinking right? Since the terrorists are targeting your bases every now and then, is it not right that you re-strategize on how to protect your bases from bandits' attack? The case of General Rabe and the wife speaks volume of even the attitude of those at the helm of affairs in the military cycle to professionalism and what you call esprit de corps. I know even when you retire from the Army, Air Force or Navy, for those who are at that level of rank, there is what you call a strong sense of camaraderie among the military authorities. There is a need for those in authority now to think about tomorrow. Today is Rabe's turn. Tomorrow we don't know whether even the general that will retire or the chief that will retire will be the victim. Yep. They need to do something about it.
Okay. Now let's turn our attention over to the New Telegraph newspaper this morning, leading with insecurity. Apparently it says, Tinubu to Nigerians, the major headline, federal government won't surrender to terrorist bandits. Subwriter says June 12 hero sacrifices should inspire building a greater nation. Urges youth to resist being used for thuggery, violence, others at campaigns. Akpabio, prayer saved Nigeria's democracy. Faith will sustain it. PFN urges Christians to match prayers, fasting with action. Get PVC. Lawyers Southwest can disagree on state of emergency on insecurity. All of this and more on page 2, 4, 14, 16, and 28 of the New Telegraph this morning. Well, other major headlines that we haven't touched on this table: court declares National Assembly 110 billion naira SUV allowance schemes unlawful. Subwriter says reps recover 521 million naira withheld VAT from CBN on page 4, 5, and 15. Abductions, NAF deploys surveillance aircraft to track Orirere victims. Subwriter says Katsina government intensifies effort to rescue general wife. Others, bandits kill 4 abduct travelers in Zamfara attacks. Army group claim credit for release of 416 women, children in Goza. Well, that's all for the New Telegraph this morning.
Dr. Dan, let's start off with you.
Yes, I will start with the last story about the rescue of over 400 women by the military authorities. We should not always sit down to condemn those in authorities for not doing
the needful.
But where a heroic act has been done, there is a need for us to commend them. So for the military authorities that galvanized the rescue of those women, we want to say a big thank you to them. They succeeded in restoring hope to the families of those individuals who were kidnapped in the past. Having said that, NAF, the Nigeria Air Force deploying their surveillance jets over Orirere is a welcome development. But like we have said here before, why will the military always wait for incidents of this nature before actions are taken? What we expect from those in authorities to do a geographical mapping of our country with reference to where you have these cases, do the map drawings, even ask the locals the basic roads to all of these places. It's not what is difficult to do. It is the political will. And like some of the military authorities have complained, General Musa once complained that there is infiltration in the military. That is an indictment on the military authorities themselves, in the sense that before individuals are recruited into the military, you do a due diligence check on them. And if due diligence is not done, and you end up recruiting informants to bandits, the result of what you get is that anytime there is a strategic plan, there will always be a negative effect. So for the president to say they will not surrender, is a sign that the president is doing more of a talk. We have had this issue of terrorism since 2009. What strategic plan does the government have in place? What is the way out of this problem? So if we keep hearing cases of banditry and nothing is done, we are doing more of simple political talk than action. Fortunately, one of the biggest designers of drone in the world is from Edo State here. So why would the government approach such an individual to say, give us a consultancy service on how some of these cases can be addressed? I recall in the past, a young scientist in Oguse said he can design a drone that if it passes through the forest, and there is a human presence there, you'll be able to detect it, even without seeing the individual. Only human brain will help the drone to detect that. Government did not take such an individual serious. So if government wants to stop this problem, it's a matter of getting the right tic-tacs in place and elite forces that when you hear cases of this, you deploy them and you get the right result. That is what we want to see from the president. Okay, so rather than say he will not surrender to bandits.
Away from New Telegraph now, we'll look at The Guardian newspaper. The Guardian headlines: debt and oil output volatility weigh on fiscal outlook despite higher revenue. That's on page 6. Another story headline is on xenophobia as federal government approves 5 evacuation flights for 500 screened Nigerians. And finally, on The Guardian newspaper, Zulum Ndume hailed military as troops rescue 360 abductees for kidnapping in Plateau It's over to you, Dr. Dan.
Thank you very much. The first headline I will look at is the case of Nestor versus First Bank or so. This was a case of somebody who borrowed money from a bank and he could not pay, and after a while you decide to take over the property when the necessary legal processes have not been executed. There are many cases like that are not reported in the media, where those who appear to be big use the force of law to oppress the weak. In the case of Nestor, the man had his onions and insisted that you cannot take over my property if the legal processes have not been exhausted. Thank God that he succeeded in this case. It's also a lesson for those who want to use the force of law to oppress others. Generally, all the issues raised regarding the rescue of individuals that were kidnapped is a victory for a sign of relief for the families involved. However, we want to call on the military authorities and the security agencies in general to do more for the people. Look, it will not take rocket science for us to get some of these things right. I watched a clip from a sister station yesterday about the young man who was kidnapped. He was shot, but somehow he said he was able to escape through some divine means. And I was wondering, from what the guy said, there are people who patrol some of these bushes once in a while. Those were the person that rescued him when he tried to escape. So the call is on state governors. They should not wait for the federal government to do things. Here in our state and other states, you have state vigilantes or state security apparatus that have been set up by these different state governments. Beyond seeing some of them on our streets, we need strategic direction in our forests, highways, where these cases are common. We should rather think about nipping cases of this in the bud than this reactive approach. If we can do that, we will be able to stem the tide of kidnapping, banditry to the nearest minimum.
Okay, let's quickly conclude the newspaper review segment, because one of our guests is in the studio already, veteran broadcaster, media personality, talking about Dr. Pedro Obaseki. Will be joining us on our major discussion in just a moment. But we have the Punch, and it says, states rush to deploy forest guards as insecurity deepens. That's on the Punch newspaper. And then on the Nigerian Tribune, that's on the Punch, states rush to deploy forest guards as insecurity deepens. And then we'll go to the Nigerian Tribune. It says, troops rescue victims in Borno, Plateau, Kaduna. That story you'll find on the Nigerian Tribune. And then, of course, Anu, let's take a look at the top story on the Vanguard newspaper.
On the front page of the Vanguard newspaper, interestingly, it has another different headline completely, and it says, let's see what it says here. It says, why cooking gas will remain scarce, expensive, as domestic demand analysis actually surplus. Dr. Dan, you want to really react to that?
Dr. Dan, just before you react, let's see if we can link up with Dr. Hai for a comment on some of those headlines that we just read out. Dr. Hai, please.
I would like for us to look at the issue of the forest guards in the states. This is something that is not in the exclusive list, which means that the states can deploy. I mean, we don't even, the issue of state police is not, you don't even need to wait for that at this point. But the forest guards, you can infuse them with the vigilant groups that have been very active in places like Borno and other states, and of course in the southwest here. And these people know the forest very well. The kidnappers have taken advantage of the vegetation there, and they are moving around. But I want to use that to dovetail into the earlier story about the Air Force. While it is good for the Air Force to do its surveillance, there's a need for all the military forces to work together. The ground forces will smoke them out, and wherever they run to, they get a report from the surveillance. And this brings to question one very important thing. We had a satellite, Nigeria had a satellite in space some time ago, and I'm wondering, apart from telecoms, what are we doing with it? Is it also possible that we can key into, even if it's other forests or other countries' satellites, to help in this fight against insurgency? I do know for sure, even without going into anything sophisticated, that if you go into your, there's certain Google apps that you look at and you can see up to ground level. Once we know that something like this has happened, I think that the government can do something about it. What do I mean now? Immediately deploy and see how they can monitor the perimeter of that area to see unusual movements. If you're moving a large crowd of people, obviously we can see where they're going. The telecoms people are monitoring, the satellite is monitoring, and the ground forces are moving, and then we're able to do it. This is not rocket science. The government, for what we have seen with the Adelabu sisters, apart from the fact that they can afford to pay for ransom, it has demonstrated that if they truly want to do something, they can. We should do that for all citizens, not only for the privileged, but for
let's proceed there, Dr. Khai. Thank you so much. Dr. Dan, final comment on this?
Well, the price of cooking gas is going higher now. It means for the man who earns little, he's going to become impoverished. Because if you're spending 12,000 naira to fill a particular kilogram of grass and it has increased to 20,000, the implication is that what you were keeping as saving has automatically be affected. The challenge is on the gas producers to release supply so that people can live meaningfully.
Okay. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for these insights into the conversations around what the papers are saying this morning. We will take a break now. We'll be having a network discussion with our guest here, Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki, and that will dovetail into another network discussion with the former Minister of Youth and Sports and a lawyer talking about Solomon Dalong Esquire at about 8:30. But let's quickly take a break. We'll be back with you with our first guest on the program, TMI on the ITV network. Please stay. With the 2027 election barely 1 year away, Nigeria's political chessboard is already shifting. Defections, new alliances, and power blocks are forming from Abuja to Benin City to Enugu, all across the country. Old rivals are meeting, and yesterday's enemies are testing new handshakes and, of course, major deals, political deals. Today we x-ray these realignments with a veteran voice who has watched Nigeria's politics evolve for decades. Joining us is Dr. Pedro Obaseki, veteran broadcaster and political analyst. We will unpack what the mergers, exits, and backroom talks mean for voters across Nigeria as the battle for Aso Rock deepens. Dr. Pedro, thank you for joining us on the program.
Oh, Sonny, very, very so happy to be back.
Interesting.
I usually want to be back because this is the first time I will be doing an interview, a live interview for almost 7 months. So
fantastic. Fantastic.
It's like the fish out of water. Happy to be back in the water.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yes. Well, my colleagues will be joining me from Abuja Network Studio, where Joseph Kadri will be firing some bullets from there, and then of course from our Lagos Network Studio, where Dr. Victor Ohai and Patricia will also be joining this conversation. But let's get started. How easy was it for you to let go after that incident involving some miscreants, some thugs who attacked you, embarrassed you, humiliated you? And when we looked at that story, there were centripetal and centrifugal forces behind all that we saw. How easy was it for you to just move on?
I didn't move on. I had to stop so that Edo can move forward. I was psychologically devastated, but on a physical level, I thank God that though I'm now in the twilight of years, I appear to be still physically fit. But when I looked at the entire landscape and where my family, as a pivotal pillar within the Edo nation stood, and taking into consideration that if I continue to pursue that case, as it were, it will create more ripples when Benin needed some form of centripetal, but centrifugals. So I listened to voices of reason, most especially my father, Isama of Benin, Chief Sir Gabriel Osawawo Igbenedion, along with other traditional persons who wanted to put a resolution. So I saw myself as some proverbial John the Baptist, but this time I wasn't going to lose my life. What I didn't know until what happened to me happened, that it has become almost a serial reoccurrence within our secluded space. But I can assure you, my sacrifice is for everybody, and it will never, ever happen again. Not to anybody who is a Homo sapien, but within the Edo.
What's the guarantee, or what?
I am the living guarantee, to be very frank. And if it dares to happen again, I will be John Wayne, wide, wide west, and I will be firing from all cinders. But not stopping there, I want to make this a matter of law. I forgave them, but the court process is still on, because the forgiveness must be pronounced as a court judgment, where the assailants had already agreed in the public domain of culpability in this. So if it happens again, even when it may not directly concern them, they will be indirectly culpable. That is what is on. So the court judgment has been moved forward to July the 7th at the Federal High Court. So I forgive them, because the Bible also said, forgive those who trespass against us, so that we can be forgiven our trespasses. But those trespasses will be reading in the bootprint of the law to serve as a deterrent, since Nigeria does not have a suspended sentence in matrix. That was what I did.
Fantastic, fantastic. So the case is still on, so we'll wait for the outcome. That's what it means. You have the eminent lawyer Femi Falana as someone dealing with this issue for you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, a major talking point is on the Nigeria's political landscape, with all the alignment, realignment, mergers, exit, and all of that happening at the same time. What does it portend for 2027? Let's start off from there. I mean, this is not abnormal. It's usual with our politics, but it looks like there's some sort of uniqueness this year, because we are seeing a system that had dominance from PDP, APC, and maybe Labour Party. We are now having ADC, we're having NDC, we're having PRP, and all of that. You want to take it up from there?
Yes, I think it's healthy for our politics, because our politics at the time was just a two-horse race. In the last electoral round, it went into a three-way race. And at the beginning of this year, Nigeria was at the edge of a one-party state, in spite of the fact that everywhere you go, suffocation day everywhere. So for me, the realignments and the partitions, balkanizations, are necessary to foster a more robust democracy. However, they must learn from history that on a dialectical level, a polarized opposition actually is the safe seal for even the most hated incumbent. So the more polarized the opposition is, what you may find on a probabilistic analysis in a nation where our politics is not based on a popular mandate. Mr. Tinubu is not a popularly elected president. He doesn't have a popular mandate. He won 36.6%, which means 64% of Nigerians. Out of every 100 million on an arithmetic terms, 64 million rejected the present president at the polls. That is a no mandate. But in Nigeria, it is first past the post, so long as you have 25%, a third in two-thirds of the country. So that is a very peculiar anti-people system, but that is what our constitution states. So as it states today, for me, I feel happy for the democratic process, but I weep for millions of Nigerians whose efforts have been balkanized by the multiplicity of political parties. Okay. So I was thinking there is some form of way that it is possible for them to come together and strengthen their individual vortexes. It will be for the betterment.
So in a nutshell, it's healthy we're having more parties coming in. Yes. But it's strengthening the incumbents.
It's weakening the APC. Okay. But it's giving the APC a pathway to returning to the presidency to the detriment of the large majority of Nigeria.
Okay, let's get to Abuja Network Studio. Kadri has been waiting to engage in this conversation. Kadri, if you're there, just go ahead.
Okay. All right, Dr. Pedro, very good morning and come back on the program. Well, my question, quite many, but just take them one after the other, if that is permitted. Well, if you look at the realignment, defection, alignment, what does it, portends for the 2027 general elections?
I think the 2027 general elections is going to be the most unique general election in our immediate political history as a democracy. I also think that this is the election that has been systemically structured to be rigged. No, it's a truism.
Are you a prophet of doom?
No. I'm not basing it on what may happen. Okay. I'm not being probabilistic. I am basing it on the metrics playing out, the amopitonization of the INEC setup, the very funny electoral act, an electoral act that also seems to be against the Constitution. So when you look at it, you have a tripod of failure. One, in a more decent milieu, in a more decent environment, if the chairman of the umpire or of the refereeing body has been proved diametrically through data which cannot be altered or changed, with his email praising the ruling party 6-7 years before his appointment, he is already compromised. in a more decent climb, Amofito is a lawyer, shouldn't be sitting where he's at. That is on the one hand. On the second hand, you look at the Electoral Act, particularly sections 83, 84, 86, and 87. And we are seeing a deliberate attempt to circumvent the Constitution. I think that is why that other party went to court to put a stop to INEC prescribing regulations that are alien to the Constitution. So when you look at all this, and then you look at the elemental brigadage that seems to be happening within the political space, within the ruling party, for example, and you look at the immediate primaries where the ruling party is scoring more in a primary, almost 6 million, than the party scored in a general election, you don't need to be a Nostradamus to know that this is a structured rigging metrics. But when you look at the fallout online and the seeming reawakening of the Nigerian we know go green spirit, I think anybody who is setting to rig the next election will be faced with what is worse than what the terrorists are inflicting on us.
How do you judge a man's email of 7 years ago as the basis of alleging plans and clandestine moves to rig election? In any case, you have these figures from the primaries. Perhaps within this period, the party has now had more people joining the fold and all of that.
I would have loved to be a Christian and plead Hebrews 11:1. That faith is the substance of the things you hope for and the evidence of waiting you will not see. But unfortunately, I'm an academic, I'm a lawyer. It is difficult for me to forgo elemental facts and be looking for sophist play. Now, for you to be the INEC chairman, let's look at it from the times of Michael Ani, Abel Guobadia, the likes of Ephraim Akbata, looking at all, even the other Humphrey Wonsu and Co. The major requisite for being the INEC chairman is proven polarity, proven non-partisanship. However, there is no act to, I mean, Shakespeare said there is no act yet to tell the mind's construction on the face. Benise ibie ora kukun ni papa na direct translation that the insides of a man should have been outside so that we can map his mind's design. But unfortunately, we cannot do that. Okay. So when you look at this one, who already was a singing, parroting party member, and it is proved that it cannot be forged, because 6 years, 7 years before he was made INEC chairman, he was not in the picture. Moreover, Buhari was not a president. He was a lecturer in the university who once upon a while was also on the Tinubu legal team. So when you put all this together, which cried last night, baby died this morning. Now the rich when he cried last night, now he killed the baby when he died this morning. So I hope people know that already, even from his pronouncements so far. If you do literature, we call it contest question. Who said, when it was said, how it was said. So when you put all this in context, the profile, of a partisan umpire is a garb that Professor Amopiton so presently.
Okay, let's take you to Lagos. Dr. Ha has been waiting to get into the groove of this conversation as we look at Nigeria's political landscape, the alignments and realignment. Dr. Ha, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dompi, always a pleasure to see you. My question for you this morning, I just want to bring us back on course for 2027, looking at the candidates. We've looked at the products of the alignments and realignments, and it's becoming obvious those that are going to be in the race now. On the one hand, we have the new team in the ADC, the presidential candidate there, Atiku, and possibly an Amechi or whoever is a running mate. We have seen Peter Obi, the OK team in NDC, and Kwankwaso, and of course the incumbent. These appear to be the leading candidates right now. You also mentioned something which is very important, which means that, which is that the opposition is not united right now, and so they're, breaking their votes. But what are the chances of the opposition in the light of what is going on in the country right now? Some would argue it's debatable that the president is no longer as popular as when he even got the 33-point-something votes because of the way the economy has gone down with the also the inflation. So my question to you is, what are the chances of these candidates? Can you attempt an analysis going into 2027, other things being equal, forget about rigging and all that? What are the chances of these three teams, so to say? Of course, there are others in the race, but these appear to be the leading asset today.
If I speak as a strategist now, based on what my company has been employed to do for all the parties so far, none of the parties are happy. They are not happy because the political arithmetic is not favoring people the way they will think. Number one, the person that seems to have a head now, I hate him, if I can say that on air, but removing the hate factor, I don't like him.
Okay, I think that's better.
Yes, I just playing with words. It's Bola Tinubu. The reason is, as we so speak, incumbency factor first crossed the line, political calculations seems to favor incumbency across the world. Even if you use the Bayelsa matrix, if you use the Monte Carlo analysis ratings, it favors him by just 0.5%. So the chances of Bola Ahmed Tinubu returning to power, if elections are held today, on the probabilistic analysis that we've done, is just 0.5. And if the telling economic situation continues, if the insecurity continues, if the seeming realliance of the old Buhari machinery that gifted him 5.87 million of his 8.9 in the last election continues to move towards Atiku, then the next president of Nigeria is the Waziri Adamawa Atiku Abubakar. This is funny because if you look at the social media hype and the social media traffic, you don't see it. Because the social media traffic is dominated by those who control less than 42.5% of the registered voters among the 17 southern states, but however control less than 31% of voter turnout, where only in the last election Abia State hit 18% for the first time in Alex Ostuti's election, which means every 1,000 people that registered to vote in Abia, the highest that have voted is 180, and 820 sit at home. That's why when I see my governor, Senator Modu Okporo, I say he will give 2.5 million votes and to Tinubu. I wonder where that sociological figure comes from, because politics and election is a sociological behavior.
Yeah, because at this stage, registered voters are approaching about 2.8 million.
Thank you.
Yeah, with a population of about 5 million.
Okay, thank you. I've handled elections from 1999. Where I directed the first PDP presidential primaries in Jos in January 1999. And I've been here. In the last election, in the last two elections, I was the National Director of Research and Strategy for the Presidential Campaign Council. So I'm not busy. And in all this, and in the last two elections in Edo State, I was DG of one and Deputy DG of another. So, and in those years, Edo State have never hit 25% voter turnout. So if you base it on that, the most results based on numerals that has happened in Edo State is Godwin Obaseki versus Osagie Izeyamu 2020, and that was 27.68%. So, which means the total combination of all the voters in Edo State has never gone beyond 1.1, 1.2, never. So what you are telling me now is that Senator Okpebholo, when we have not still hit 2.8 million voters, don't forget almost 600,000 of that have not yet collected their PVC. That is not for the collection of PVC. You have to collect and then you have to go to vote. And we all know that on voting day, particularly in the South, that is the day most of them watch Arsenal versus Chelsea. So when I hear all these abracadabra, I just
okay, Dr. Petro, you said something that the current realities in the country.
Yes.
I mean, Dr. Hai also made mention of that. You have the economy.
Yes.
You have insecurity.
Yes.
You have other issues, infrastructure-wise.
Yes.
If they continue the way they are,
yes,
it will be a major factor on how these elections will be.
Yes.
But we know that Nigerians love to smile and suffer. Nigerians like to appreciate and even applaud those who are their problems. Isn't that a major factor in this election?
When we say Nigerians, now I put Nigerians in silos. An angry Nigerian is an unpredictable Homo sapien. When Nigerians are angry, that is blanket. But the way we react in the angry, when we are angry, are very different. In 2023, Edo people, they vex. Everything are just obi. So when they got to the polling unit, 3 elections held at the same time, only Edo State, particularly Edo South, voted Obi and the others. They didn't care. Many came out and were wondering, I don't vote for Matuidi. Hey, Jesus, hey. But that is it. And the man we didn't know, or many didn't know, or many didn't know, became collateral beneficiaries. However, the way that same anger was displayed in the East, where Obi came from, was very different. In Imo State, Obi cleared everything, but he did not win. One Labour Party did not win senator, neither did they win House of Rep. In Abia, Abga was still winning with Abari Ibe. The other two senators from Bende, that is Ojuzo Kalu, was still winning APC. What does that mean? It means the reply of the kinsmen of Peter Obi was diametrically opposite to the reply to this candidacy by Benin people. So when they go there, say Piakeba, put him in ping and they will Piaka for president. Then they will Piaka someone else. So now what I'm saying that is, I know that people think that everything in politics is Nigeria is giving them money where their take-home pay can't take them home. 1,000 naira, people change their mind. We see it on the queue.
Vote buying, you mean?
Yeah, vote buy.
Yeah.
But I can tell you for free that those persons who are willing to take your money and vote as they want are populated in the South, while those in the North run a very different gambit. In 2015, I knew what the PDP did to mobilize the mass people in the North. But however, at voting point, even Adamu Muazu, the chairman, national chairman of the PDP, after voting, raised his ballot and he voted APC. So when you look at that, there is going to be an almost institutional movement in the core North based on matrices we in the South don't perceive.
Okay.
Their own is different. They think they are brutally marginalized. They think they made Tinubu president, and they think that
you don't see 31 governors, 31 progressive governors buying into the president's 2027 as being an advantage.
I think that is the biggest houdini that they are hoodwinking Tinubu with, and I know the man is too smart to buy into that. Let me say this. In 2023, Peter Obi had 0 governors, 0. And they credited him out of the 36 states and Abuja. They credited him with winning 11 and Abuja making 12 with 0 governor. That is on the one hand. Atiku had no governors in the core North. In Katsina, where Buhari, the APC super machinery was in situ, won flatly. Same thing with Kaduna, same thing with Zamfara, Kebbi, and Sokoto. So anybody who is using that as a way of mapping how Nigerians will vote, because the governors are, sorry, Your Excellency, you are all buccaneers. When I say buccaneers, they be political pirates. They are all on this ship to ensure that a presidency that defies our constitution and places in March 2025 a state of emergency in Rivers where there was no threat to national security is a living threat to all their continuous gubernatorialism. So I'm a joiner. Okay. That's what I think.
All right, let's bring in Kadri for more as we gradually bring this conversation to a close. Kadri, can you give us insights into more on this conversation with Dr. Pedro?
Discussion, I must say, but there are aspects I want Dr. Pedro to, shed some light, which has to do with the recent registered voter that the INEC mandated all the political parties to carry out. And when we check, the APC has about 12 million members. ADC has about 3 million. PDP, that's the Turaki faction, has about 4. And then the NDC has 700 members, I mean in their register. So if you put all of that together, let's say it amounts to 20 million. And then, as at the last time we checked, from the INEC, record, about 92 million Nigerians are, of course, registered with PVC. So, Doctor, with what has happened in terms of membership register, do you think it will shape the voting pattern for 2027 when the APC is already, proud to say it has the highest number of members? That's on one hand. Then, because the time may not permit me again, I want you to look at the macroeconomic indices, with insecurity, inflation, unemployment. What do you think will shape voters' decision in 2027?
This is a three-pronged
question. In 2 minutes.
Yes, I will just quickly say the first one.
Okay.
Forget what in APC they write. There is no forensic determination of 12 million votes. No, we forget that one. PDP when they there since when get people, even if people lead, they still say they get 4 million votes. You are already saying that more people are now members of the APC than the total election that APC has won. I don't want that to be a basis. If we are saying that the media is encouraging a rigging hype, because Peter Obi, I'll come back to Peter Obi, I'm sorry. Peter Obi did not have registered voters at all. They were not paying the Labour Party and he got 6 million. Atiku and the ADC to have put together 3 million in 1 year, it makes arithmetic sense. So the normal arithmetic sense is from both the ADC and the NDC. So forget, we were watching them counting the 12 million, 1, 2, 10, 300, 500, we also. So if you are taken in by that jabberwocky, you are aiding the decimation of the Nigerian mindset. The press the media must hold those who propagate such elemental disarithmetic. Anyway, many of them not go to school. That is our leadership selection. Let's not go understand their bad arithmetic.
Let's not go.
Then, when you look at what will most shape, likely, the next presidential election, if I say people may not be happy, it will not be insecurity, it will not be the economy. When my uncle from Irua, Sonny Okosu, who shares your name, sang we don't want no fight, wars no more. He did not know about these wars we are fighting. When he showed Nigeria jaga jaga, he did not know Nigeria will jaga jaga to the point of the total dismemberment of the jaga jaganess now. So those things don't, and we have said before, Sonny said, Nigerians love suffering and smiling. Fela said that in 1979. What will shape this election is division, ethnicization, ethnicity, tribalism, regional political considerations have snowballed into a massive whirlwind that was engineered maybe by the APC, but they will not be able to contain it.
Okay.
And at that point, those who will be holding to the reins of the horse will be the ruling party.
Okay, let's quickly meet up with Dr. Hai for a last shot, a very brief one before we bring in our next guest. Solomon DeLong Esquire, who is already on standby. Dr. Khai, last one, please try and make it brief so we can have DeLong as our next guest. Is already on standby.
All right. Dr. P, rather. My question to you right now will be, I mean, just in summary, do you think that these realignments are ideologically driven, or is it a case
not at all.
Survival of the fittest?
No. The most ideological person... Oh, sorry.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
The three most ideological contestants in Nigerian political landscape failed in 2019. And one of them is you, Victor. Are you getting my point?
It was a presidential.
Yeah, it was my friend. I was part of his. We put this into his campaign. I'm thinking himself, Victor, maybe Omoyele Sowore, maybe the only ideological people in the last 20, 30 years. Now, the least ideological of them all is actually, I'm sorry, based on arithmetics of movement, is Peter Obi. Because you cannot say a man is ideological for him to be in a Labour Party in January, ADC in March, and NDC in April. So that is on the ideological bent, because all these three parties have very variegating, different ideological leanings.
Okay.
So I don't think any of them are moving for ideological alignments.
Okay.
They are moving for political survival. My friend, my very close friend, E.J. Agbonaima, he just made 7 parties in the last few. So if you say somebody is ideological, maybe Tinubu is ideological.
Okay. All right. Dr. Don Pedro Obaseki, it's always a delight to have you. Thank you so much for this very robust conversation we've had with you. And I know that when we call you next time, you will always oblige us.
Thank you.
Like Thank you. Thank you. It's the TMI on the ITV network. We are stepping up the conversation now. Joining us virtually is a former Minister for Youth and Sports, a lawyer, activist, a politician, Solomon DeLong. Thank you for your patience and thank you for joining us on the ITV network on TMI. Good to have you on the show. A network glitch, but we can really see that Solomon DeLong is already with us in our virtual setup to drive this conversation forward as we make progress towards 2027. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with you on the program TMI. Don't go away. So gladdening to know you're still there with us on the program TMI on the ITV network. We've got our next guest on the program, Solomon DeLong Esquire, former Minister for Youth and Sports of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. DeLong, thank you so much for joining us on the program.
Thank you for the opportunity once again.
Fantastic. Okay, I'm just wondering, some will say you are a major beneficiary of the APC, having served as a federal minister, but all of a sudden you became one of the biggest critics of the present government, I mean of the party. How are you able to display this disposition against the background of where we are today, and then what are your expectations on the 2027 election with all the alignments and realignments?
I don't know when selfless service becomes benefit. So I will need to consult my encyclopedia so that I can realign those using the concept benefit. But I understood that A call to serve your nation is a call for selflessness. And if there is anything beneficial about it, it should be that you've been able to bring your modest contribution to move your country forward. So I don't know how service becomes beneficial, except maybe you redefine what those who are saying I'm a beneficiary means. Back to the journey to 2027, the realignment. Well, I might think personally, the politicians, the major political elites, the political stakeholders have learned no lesson. They have all been consistent in maintaining their personal ambitions, and it is their personal ambitions that measured and dictate the political pace. So we are back again into the politics of where the zones or the regions have their political parties, and they may be looking for alliances across to be able to form government. That is how it looks. So averagely, no lesson learned.
What would you say are the major challenges the ruling party of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu needs to deal with if it's going to be able to withstand the pressure that is coming from the opposition political parties? And then what is your assessment of the level of organization and readiness of the opposition parties for 2027?
Any pressure as expected on President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's APC. The pressure is an internal combustion from the party as to the sharing formula of tickets for 2027. Tinubu had successfully lured the governors into the APC and all gullible politicians into the APC. Now they are dealing with the crisis of tickets. And even members of the National Assembly who were winged into the amendment of the Electoral Acts and also the gale of defections are today on a second round of defections, looking for political survival in alternate political parties. But organizationally, 2027 looks like it's chaotic. I think the APC is in chaos. The opposition parties are trying to find their feet after the coalition suffered some setback. But the most stable of all the political parties is the ADC, because the ADC is a huge beneficiary of coalition. And almost all those who move into the ADC before they migrated to greener political pasture left their members behind. So the ADC, as it may be underestimated, is the only political party that is stable despite all odds, all shenanigans to try to truncate and destabilize it had completely failed. So the opposition, if they are mounting the necessary pressure, President Bola Tinubu's government is so weak, it would have collapsed. And it is because of the inability of the opposition party to organize and mount pressure that Nigerians are now on the streets. taking their destiny into their hands and protesting insecurity. So I think for the opposition, well, they will harvest the benefits of 2027 because of the clueless and the incompetent nature of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu-led APC government.
You. We'll take you to Lagos Network Studio, where Patricia and Dr. Ohai is on standby to give us more perspectives through the questions on this conversation. Patricia.
Thank you, sir, for joining us this morning on TMI. It's good to have you. My question is, what is your forecast for the political contest leading up to 2026?
Well, in terms of focus, I think that would have been abandoned when some of these coalition elements opted out of the coalition. But 2027 is going to be basically about how Nigeria has been managed in the past 3 years. Nigerians are very bitter across the country. Nigerians feel insecure. Nigerians are hungry. Nigerians have sold their farms and paid ransom to criminal gangs operating in the ungoverned spaces. The young and the smaller children do not even want to go to school because they see school as an avenue where they will be kidnapped into the forest. Our economy is in complete doldrum. We have made more revenues from 2023 till date, but we have borrowed more than ever before in the history of this country. From 1960 to 2026 put together. So these will be the issues that will be on the front burner. But as to whether the APC, after the setting aside of 800 billion from the Federation account for 2027 campaign, will be able to buy Nigerians to vote them is something that is much to be desired. But I think the APC is in a chaotic situation that internal combustion, mistrust, disagreement, unfulfilled ambitions is currently rocking them. But I don't know what is wrong with their brains. When Tinubu was only interested in ensuring that he emerged a sole candidate, what guarantee did they extract from him that they will be surprised at what is unfolding? So 2027 is going to be a watershed in the political history of Nigeria.
Let's join my colleague from Abuja studio, Joseph, who also is willing to embellish this conversation with more questions. Joseph, please take it away.
And let me also welcome Barrister Dalong to the program. Yeah, my question will be, before the exit of Peter Obi and Kwankwaso to the NDC, the balance sheet of ADC would have been 12 million votes. That is, as of the last election, Atiku had 6 million, Peter Obi 6 million, that's 12 million, and then Kwankwaso about 1.7 million, which is about roughly 14 million votes that ADC, would have had in its kitty. But since the exit of Obi and Kwankwaso, see about 8 million votes has, left the ADC. So my question is, with what is left in the ADC now, what is the guarantee that part
Well, too well, you are asking of the guarantee of the ADC after the exit of Kwankwaso and Obi. Let me take you back to the 2023 analysis of the votes. Those votes of 2023 were triggered by the Muslim ticket. And after 2023, the question will be, how did the beneficiaries manage the votes? Had they been able to sustain and manage it? The answer is no. So as it stands today, the ADC is the only political party that is sure of defeating Tinubu. And I will now give new analysis. Peter Obi, in 2023, there were 10 million registered voters in the Southeast. He was only 2.5 million turned out to vote. And out of that 2.5 million, he got 1.9. Most of the votes he got were outside the Southeast. Lagos, Edo, Plateau, Benue, Nasarawa, and some part of Southern Kaduna. Can he reenact the same scenario now? The answer is capital no. Therefore, there is even no 6 million for him to appropriate or to be used in the computation of 2027. Those places where he won are already battle zones. So he will need to go back to his Southeast and mobilize. Maybe out of the over 10 million votes there, he will be able, a chunk of it, if not all. The North, which donated the 5.5 million votes for Tinubu under the Muslim ticket, has withdrawn. So Tinubu, as it is now, is left with about 2.5. That 2.5 is very, very shaky because it would have been sustained by performance, but his performance is all in red. The only green aspect of his performance is that he has been able to transform himself. He's looking stronger than when he was in 2023. He has also bought an Airbus. He bought a Cadillac and a yacht in billions of dollars. And he has renovated presidential lodges all over the country. So he transformed only himself. And that cannot be translated into votes. So Atiku Abubakar of the ADC remains the formidable candidate to be defeated in 2027, because the North will come up with a block vote. And the North has more votes than anywhere in Nigeria. Atiku's experiences and friendship will also harvest votes across the zones. Plateau is a battle zone for ADC, APC, NDC, PDP. The same thing of Nasarawa, the same thing of Benue, the same thing of even Edo, where Peter Obi won. So the greatest political mishap for Peter Obi's political ambition was leaving the ADC, because he would have remained in the coalition and re-strategize his ambition. And that would have come maybe, if not in 2027, later. But as it stands now, they have given Alhaji Atiku Abubakar a smooth ride to victory. And I will want anybody to contest this with spirit argument.
Thank you, Solomon Dalong, for those very robust and useful insights you brought to bear in this conversation. But looking at your own trajectory, you have moved from the PDP to the APC, CPC, SDP, and now ADC. Perhaps that explains why you're very frontal and rooting for the ADC, which is now your party. You know too well that Nigerians, in terms of their voting pattern, they are usually not influenced by some of the things that you put forward. So what are those key things you strongly believe will change or influence the outcome of this election? And in any case, some say, well, you probably feel the way you feel, maybe because you didn't have the opportunity to be reappointed as a federal minister or be involved in the core activities of the APC that made you to now become a political activist.
Things that have been the struggle for over 50. Anybody who is bereft of knowledge and maybe is mentally bankrupt may limit my political activism to when I left office. But I started activism as far back as when I was much younger. I was in the NADECO, and I went to prison. I was detained in just prison during the NADECO days. Therefore, it will be mere political mischief and trying to service a mentally bankrupt brain to limit history to 2019. Back to the issue of reappointment. Reappointment is at the pleasure of the person who appoints. For the job of a minister, you don't print posters for it so that somebody will say, oh, you printed and you were defeated. So, using the issue of maybe not returning to the cabinet to try to evaluate my contribution, again, is the product of dull brains. But productive minds will deal with facts and issues. And in any way, I served as a minister from 2015 to 2019, full-fledged tenure, and I received my reward as a minister, the severance benefit paid to me with a thank you for your service. So I don't know why, even with AI, dull brains cannot service their minds elsewhere, and they keep sustaining this mundane narrative, oh, because you were not reappointed. Is that the reason why the APC has failed? Yes, I have moved from PDP. I'm a founding member of PDP. When internal democracy collapsed, I moved to the APC. When internal democracy collapsed in the APC, I moved to the SDP. And when the SDP was rocked by a crisis, I joined the coalition. We will continue to move for a better political arrangement that will take into consideration political values. I'm not into politics because I would want fortune for myself. No, I'm into politics so that together with the other like minds, we can come together and make this country a better place for Nigerians to live better. I don't mind who is. I'm concerned about what Tinubu is doing because he has borrowed so much money and we have nothing to show for it. He has raised so much revenue, he cannot protect Nigerians. Today, teachers are kidnapped with their students and beheaded in presence of the students. We watch small kids being tortured in the forest by criminals who did not even have opportunity of any single investment, while government continue to pretend it's happening. They are on top of the situation. So I think the situation they are on top of is the one we are seeing reflected by the criminals and bandits. That's the situation the government is on top. So I think we should try to put our brains productively and look at issues instead of trivialities.
Solomon Dalong, quickly, many of the people who are the arrowheads of your new party, they've always had the opportunity to serve this country at various levels, either as state governors or as vice president, as the case may be. And in any case, some of these people, we've seen how they manage their states with insecurity taking a huge toll on those states. If this is their pedigree, and this is the history that we have of them, what is the guarantee that they are going to be any different from what we currently have with the APC, as it were?
Ability to review the evolution of a phenomenon accords a better capacity to deal with the future. So these people who had served in the past are better, would be better managers of the future because they have history, they have mistakes which they have made, so they can correct it. And therefore, I think where we are today as a country, we require people who had history, who had served before. And in any case, who had never served before. You were maybe once a monitor in your class when you were growing up in primary school. You were a class captain. You were a school captain in secondary school. So you have also hold positions as you grow up. Therefore, trying to reduce national conversation to mundane issues like, oh, they have history, so what can they do better? They are the best because they have realized that they didn't do well and they are back to correct it. Those who did not do well and are still using rhetorics to defend their failures are the worst to be trusted, because the APC had not come out to accept that they have been unable to protect Nigerians, even when they are killing Nigerians. The Minister of Defense has shamelessly come up these days to say, oh, the security situation is better when we have a woman delivering in the camps of a bandit. And without attention, a woman has to use her teeth to cut the Anglican court. Yet we have the Minister of Defense telling us the security has improved. His brother, a general, was kidnapped. He's still in the hands of bandits. Yet he's telling us the security has improved. Borno, yet he lacked the moral cloud to honor, and he's telling us the security has improved. So I think those who are denying their mistakes are the worst to be trusted with the power. But those who can come up and say, oh, we didn't do well, but we want to do it better, I think there is what we call forgiveness, even in the Quran, in the Bible, and traditional religion. And those who come and say, oh, I didn't do it well, I want to do it again, are the best of all men. That's why the Bible says, you fall 7 times, you rise 7 times.
Okay. Kadri is on standby from Abuja Nectar Studio to bring more perspective to this conversation. Kadri.
Well, if you are still hearing me, Barrister Dalong, the question, after Atiku was declared winner of the ADC presidential primaries, we've seen the exit of more people. One of them is his kinsman, Babachi Lawal. And he didn't just leave, and he's still firing from where he is now against the mandate given to Atiku, with the likes of Lawal and others who have left, what is the hope for Atiku and for the ADC? I like to always do this because the essence of being in the race is to win. But with fragmentation within the party, the likelihood of the party not achieving its objective is very, very high.
Well, I think for Babachir leaving, maybe you give him an opportunity to speak more on why he left, and he will be able to explain that better. But to me, he felt dissatisfied and he left with the primaries. There are also people who felt dissatisfied with the primaries, but they did not leave. They are still in the party. So it all depends on how anybody handles his situation. What would have scared me would have been that if you had asked me, would the fragmentation among Nigerians around the issues on the front burner, insecurity, poverty, and hunger, what will be the prospect of the ADC? That will be what would have given me concern. But if you are talking about political gladiators only few are into politics because of the general good. Majority are because of their personal ambition. And if personal ambition is not realigning, they also migrate. So I think you should understand this. And the Nigerian people are still united in poverty. They are still united in hunger. They are still united in high cost of living. They are still united in lack of infrastructure. They are still united in a government that has borrowed so much money, yet their well-being has not changed. This is what will determine 2027, and not the action or inaction of political gladiators. So I will want to educate here.
Is one of our anchors, is also in our Lagos studio. Dr. Hai, could you please go ahead with your question?
Dr. Dalong, I would, at this point, I like your confidence and the fact that you believe that the ADC has very good chances. But I think it's also important to look at things, put things in proper perspective. Right now, in spite of the insecurity, in spite of the economic conditions, there are certain things that Abiy has done, probably to checkmate. As you know, everything is local. He has been able to move or entire into his party governors across the states, and today we have well over 30 governors in APC, and many National Assembly members have also defected into the ruling party. I say so to mean that each of these people come with their crowd, they come with their followers. And I also want to say that if you look at Atiku, the last time he ran, he ran, under with the ticket of PDP, which has structures all over the country. And so there was him, but there was also the factor of local politics in each of these states, which means as a PDP member, there's those who will say to you there, die-hard PDP members, it doesn't matter who is there. And so he would have enjoyed some of this. Probably the first time he's running on a platform that does not have that kind of spread, or that is across the country like that. What chances do you think that your party and perhaps NDC and the other parties have against this strategy that the president has put in place? And what are you doing to counter it?
I don't know whether you also take note of what the political dynamics in 2023 has brought. In 2023, the issues were around sentiment and especially religion. And the 2023 general elections had already confirmed certain positions. They have also confirmed the capacity of the zones. Therefore, the governors in 2023 rode on the back of the sentiment of Muslim ticket. That was why Lalong, an APC governor, lost to Peter Obi to about close to 1 million votes, meaning that the relevance of the past had already been swept away. Secondly, the governors, 31 of them that had moved into 32, or when they will be 36, I don't know, into APC, moved with their commissioners and special advisors. The people did not move. Because hunger and poverty did not move. So the people did not move. That was why the former governor of Delta State went to his village to address women that he has moved to APC. And they told them they are going nowhere. That was why, if you look at the defection of the governor of Kano, it was a gathering of cars. The defection of the governor of Plateau into APC, it was just a gathering of cars and his aides. So the reality is that the influence of the governors had already been whittled down considerably, more so that most of them are non-performers. And so they cannot influence anybody. They also mismanaged the goodwill of their offices and has fallen apart with so many people who supported them in 2023. This is cut across everywhere. That's why there is fighting between this governor and this person who brought him all over. So it is not the same as it were in 2023. Now, don't dismiss the exit of Buhari. The exit of Buhari and his cult supporters has been inherited. And it was handed over to Atiku by Bola Ahmed Tinubu on the day Buhari was buried. Because if President Tinubu had intelligent people around him, the only person they would have allowed to enter Buhari's house that day would have been Atiku, so that the people did not see him. They should have only seen him on the screen. But the president went there and occupied the house and allowed Atiku. They prevented him from even coming close. He had to come down close to 0.5 kilometers and walk. And suddenly, the people saw him and remembered that Buhari had died, and they coronated him a leader. The northern politics revolves around leadership. That was why there was something called Buhari Hurricane in 2015. There is going to be another northern hurricane in 2027, because the Atiku you are looking at in 2023 is not the same. The North you are looking at in 2023 is not the same. Therefore, these are the obvious realities. If you dismiss this, you will just be operating on an academic rhetorics. But the reality is that everybody has gone back to his father's house. He's holding his ground. Peter Obi is beating his drum of NDC in the southeast there. Tinubu has been led with the APC in the southwest. even though Makinde is smoking him out of Ibadan. So he's not even holding strong grounds. So there is no power at all of incumbency. Let us not deceive ourselves. This is the reality.
Okay. All right. Solomon Dalong, thank you so much for the very robust and it was those sometimes very subjective insights that you brought to bear on our conversation today on the road to 2027. I want to thank you for your time, Solomon Dalong, former Minister Youth and Sports, chieftain of the ADC, giving us insights on the chances of the opposition, particularly the ADC, ahead of 2027, and some of the challenges that have rocked his former party, the APC. Thank you so much for joining us on the program.
And thank you for the opportunity. I am always objective. You will one day come back and look for me to accept this. There's no subjectivity here. That's the reality.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's the TMI on the ITV network. Now to our next conversation. Every global pandemic tells two stories: the science of the virus and the politics of the response. From COVID-19 to outbreaks we face today, questions keep coming up about data delays, vaccine access, funding politics, and why some countries act fast while others struggle. To help us confront the insincerity and the politics behind the headlines, our guest is Professor Cyril Otohia, a geneticist, public health advocate from Novena University, Ogume, Delta State. It will break down what really happens behind the scenes during pandemics and how politics shapes health policy and what Nigeria and Africa must do differently next time. Stay with us, because behind every epidemic there is a truth we can't afford to ignore. And we'll take a break. We'll be back with you with our next guest. Stay with us. It's the TMI on the ITV network. Thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Our guest, Professor Cyril Otohia, is with us. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you, Sonny Duke.
Okay, we are back on this trajectory of conversations around epidemic or pandemic. Ebola, came out again. And before that, we're talking about hantavirus. You've always had the opinion that this is all fraud, this is all scam. What is the politics and the politics behind all of these conversations we're having?
Yes, I've continued to always emphasize that somebody's business is at stake. Then, if you go by all economic calculations, for you to sustain your business, then the ethics of that business must be continued to be modified in order to meet up with time and space. So after the declaration of COVID-19, I did warn the world that more will come. And all of a sudden we woke up a few weeks ago and we had Hanka virus. I laughed when I heard the word, because if you check the meaning of Hanka in different languages, there are some that outrightly Hanka means scam or fake, something that is not real. Then the other one is something they will tell you run away from. So when you now gather all this information, then you look at the trend, you discover that it's still business. Hanka came, but does not carry that weight. So all they have done is to bring back this cousin. You heard the word I've used? Cousin, because they are related. Because if you watch the trends of heavy metals marketing, then you will see that there is a close relationship between Ebola and Hanka. So they are cousins, very close cousins. Hanka did not survive, and did not carry the weight of what they were expecting. Do you know why? Because of the knowledge people had from COVID-19. So before COVID-19, when we say epidemic, everybody is scared. Everybody is hiding. Then when some of us as scientists now came out to educate ourselves on what some of these epidemics and pandemics that are being declared by one organization, then people started seeing the other side of these scam or wide languages that people just use to draft people to think one way. So you see that Anchor did not survive because of the conditions and the fear factor that is attached to it is.
But people have died from these viruses.
The people not die. Well, we are told that millions died in COVID-19. So I thought people will find out the open grave and graves that have taken wide space of land for all those people that died during COVID-19. But nobody is asking questions. So they are coming again, people are dying. Who is dying? Where is the person? Where is the dead body? Bring the dead body out. All of us are scientists. Then let's check what killed this person. Then let's see whether he's close to where they have named or not. But I hope you know that at the end of the day, if you ask AI now, how many people died during COVID-19, the number is different because people really did not die. They were just showing us picture work, video work, to pass that message of scare into you and I so that we will look for somewhere to hide.
Okay. All right, let me bring my colleagues into this conversation. Let's bring Dr. Ohai from our Lagos studio to join this conversation. Dr. Ohai, could you please go ahead with your question?
Very much. Doctor, it's interesting to hear this coming from a medical doctor, scientist, and I like your frankness about it. There have been conspiracy theories all these years about the politics and the economics of pandemics. So the question I want to ask is, what role does the big pharmaceutical companies, what rules do they have in these theories, and also governments as well? When I say governments, I know that during COVID, a lot of governments were coerced into take vaccines. You know, a lot of them were coerced into, I mean, apart from a pandemic, you know what happened with the Pfizer vaccines in Kano and all experiments and all that. What role do these big pharma, have in this, and also in how they're able to governments, particularly in the third world, in being victims of this scaremongering and, if you like, experimentation?
From the first aspect, the pharmaceutical, I will refer you to one publication. Maybe you ask Google. I think it should still be available. They titled it "Making the Killings." Making the Killings. If you read that article, you find out how pharmaceutical companies are coaxed into accepting money and being given their own idea of driving politics in their business to achieve whatever purpose they want to achieve. If you look at that video, Making the Killing, you see that pharmaceutical companies are paid. So all they tell you outside are lies. But behind, you come to a doctor, you are a patient. You come with headache. They recommend at least one of the drugs that has been prepared, that when you send it to the world, it has a specific purpose that it must achieve. I want people to, these days, don't out of fear or whatever it is, feel that the world is too safe for people to live. No, find out a little bit information on what you hear. If you watch that video, then you will see that pharmaceutical companies are second in number in crime to what we classify as population control, using factors to reduce population. I have explained the way they do it. They make sure they pay the companies. Then when you come before a doctor prescribes any of the drugs. There are a lot of drugs that have been mentioned on that video and that publication. So check it. Then when you come to the government part of it, COVID-19 was an eye-opener now. I was in Kogi State. Till today, how many people died in Kogi? No. No deaths. There was no deaths recorded.
What was
because I was there, and I am the scientist, and the governor was a reasoning person who felt he sat down and listened to the information that he has been given. 1 million people just died, and you don't see any dead body. 500 died in Gwagwalada Hospital. I sent a woman who has locked herself inside her room for weeks. I said, take a walk out and see whether you will see any person that is crying that the person related to them or the brother or whatever is dead. And that woman took the risk to go to Gwagwalada Hospital. And that was what brought out from her hiding place, because she got there and never saw any person entering or coming out, or any person crying that somebody has died, and there was no dead body carried from one point to another. Everywhere was serene and quiet. Okay. Nobody. So scam. But there was a purpose to be achieved. And that purpose, I continue saying it. So for the government aspect of it, so that I don't forget, see, every government, all of us knows the truth behind epidemics and pandemics. When they are declared, money follows. Every government were paid. Okay. I was even offered money. I think at a point, I even took some publications and some email to my church. I gave it to my pastor. I said, look at what they are offering me. And they're asking me to go back to tell the world that COVID is real. But they have forgotten that human life is involved. So for the government, you discover that it's just money. It's all money, money, money. And nobody is feeling the impact of the citizens. What are they feeling?
The plight.
What will be the effect of whatever decision they are taking on the people? Has everybody in Kogi State vanished? But he did not take the money. But those who took the money are my little... I had a colleague who is a professor of biochemistry, who was a governor at the time, at that very particular time of COVID-19. At the initial stage, when I was in Kogi, he was already inviting me to Cross River State. But because of the lockdown, I could not get to Cross River State. But before the whole drama could end, he now shifted his ground from COVID is a scam, that COVID is real. And that's a biochemist, a professor of science. Okay. That's the same thing in government. Right, so it's not politics.
Let's take a short break. I will bring you the news, and then we'll be back to conclude this conversation with Professor Cyril Otoihia, who is a geneticist and a public health advocate, not a medical doctor. I'm sure Dr. Ohai, misunderstood that earlier. We just needed to establish that. But we'll take the break now. The news is coming to you in just a moment. Please stay. Okay, we're back now to conclude our conversation with Professor Cyril Otoihia. Is a geneticist and a public health advocate looking at the global pandemics and the challenge of insincerity and politics that has bedeviled the issue of pandemics. Kadri has been waiting to give a shot. I'm sure Kadri is ready now. Okay, so we will just quickly anchor this conversation. Now, what does the future hold for humanity in the face of these pandemics that are just being rolled out. I mean, after every 3 years, after every 4 years, which has given some fillip to the feelings that this thing somehow would just be a smoke screen for a different agenda entirely. And then, of course, you're seeing some sort of manipulation of what we already know in terms of what we eat, in terms of what we drink, in terms of what we inhale by way of breathing, as it were. Give me a final take along those lines.
Yes, in the nearest future, the trend will change. Do you know why? Because there are challenges. We are challenging them one-on-one, which was not in years past. You hardly feel it. So when the people continue to challenge them and tell them that we know the science with which they are trying to deceive us, then their market will start to wither down. It's just marketing. Then they will now discover it's not as business as usual. Then they start packing up. We will continue. See, fear has reduced. If it was before, when they declare hunger, for me to even go close to you will be difficult. We will not shake. We will not hug each other. But now, they declare hunger and nobody was even listening to them. So, when we continue the way we are doing in terms of advocacy, telling the people the secret behind virus business, which ends in production of vaccines, I'll be saying it, that the vaccines are the virus, because the active ingredient in vaccines are all virus. Okay. Good. If we now give the right knowledge to the people, and the people accept the right knowledge and push away fear, then they will have no business to do. Then the gate will be packing up.
Fantastic. It is to talk about a commissioner visiting WHO to have some sort of engagement, and these are supposed to be a plus in terms of public health and engagement and all of that.
Plus, like you have rightly said, in public health, but he's my brother. I want to warn him to be very careful, because all these people, they don't have human feelings. You visit them, they can infect you with anything, because heavy metals is their business, is their childhood materials. So they can use it to touch. Common touch on your shirt can lead to a lot of hazards. So when they travel, I was watching him when he was on several meetings and the other. I said, let them not tell him, do you want to visit the Wuhan lab one day, so that I will, or just quickly use this opportunity. Anytime they tell him to come to Wuhan lab, he shouldn't go. He shouldn't go to Wuhan lab.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Cyril Toikia. I also want to say big thanks to my colleagues in Abuja Network Studio, talking about Kadri, and of course in Lagos Network Studio, Dr. Victor Ohai and Patricia Gabriels. I mean, driving the conversation this morning with you guys was just so exhilarating, exciting, and I know that we'll continue to do this. Particularly Dr. Ohai, you're welcome to the ITV platform, and we thank you so much for the wealth of knowledge, experience that you're bringing to bear on this platform. Thank you so much. Michelle, you have a parting words before we bring in our next segment, Dr. Ohai.
Yeah, just to say that it's been a good time, and we're looking forward to our quality of guests today. I think we can promise our audience across the network that we'll be bringing very high quality guests and very robust conversations to enrich our viewing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And from Patricia, any last word from you?
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Okay. All right, thank you, Patricia. And once again, happy birthday to you. I'm still waiting for my share of the birthday cake and some of the other things that was part of the birthday dinner. Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much again for coming on the program. And then Kadri wasn't able to, maybe it's giving attention to other things. Well, we'll have the TMI Socials as our last segment, and we'll be back here in just a moment. Please stay with us.
Good morning, welcome. This is TMI Socials. I am Nuoluwa Stevens. A better still call me a social media butterfly. And I'll tell you what, hey football lovers, it's 3 days to the World Cup 2026, and our video of the day is no other than Waving Flag by Can. It was the official promotional anthem for the 2010 FIFA World Cup right there in South Africa. Take a look.
Machine learning system generate text, images, music, and computer code.
World Cup that will be kickstarting this week on the 11th of June. Anyway, back here in Nigeria, a video that has now gone viral. We get to see the governor of Imo State, Hope Uzodinma. He has got social media users talking after a video showing how he struggled with an English word while delivering a lecture at the 38th convocation ceremony of the Federal University of Technology in Owerri, Imo State earlier during the week. It has made rounds on social media. Take a listen to it.
Machine learning system generate text, images, music, and computer code, increasingly indistinguishable from human output, brain-computer interfaces.
A clear case of nobody is above mistake if the governor could actually falter at that word. But let me see what you've been saying online, because there are those who feel that really you have to have it correctly every time. Now this user says, I love that a woman composure because it can never be me. Another user actually on X wrote this word. It says on Instagram, if we could have another tweet to this video. This one says, just to say indie is something and move on, sir. Well, still on this beat, this user wrote, let's see another tweet on this one. This one says, anyone can make mistake. English isn't our mother language. Even those from England can't speak like others. The governor should have just moved on rather than repeating the word. After all, everyone there had a printed copy of his speech. Now finally, we take another tweet where if we could have the tweet and see the word he was actually trying to pronounce, that would be great. Now this one says he was trying to pronounce indistinguishable but ended up creating a whole new language. Well, it is what it is, as some persons would say. Well, sadly, we got to wrap up TMI Socials on this because of the time, but thank you so much for being a part of the show. I am Nuoluwa Stevens. We'll see you tomorrow.
ITV, certainly the best.
Maniga tevina damema, salo baga tevina damema o magbo. Damaniga tevina damema, salo baga tevina damema magbo. Damaniga tevina damema, o salo baga tevina damema o magbo. Ah, mama, how are you? Damaniga tevina damema. Osalo bama tevino damema wagbon. Damaniga tevino damema. I don't go a day for street for Benin City. At those states outside Nigeria. Damaniga temina damema. Salo baga temina damema o bagbo. Damaniga temina damema. Salo baga temina damema bagbo. However, they for Obama market. You go see I'm saying those state government now don't they change the Obama market. This side now they don't talk so much they come out to. Ewo. They can't even enter. I agree to you know you say they want build here. You know why you say they want build here now?
They want build the hug the working laws. You want let women come out. Women they pay school fees. Women they pay house rent. Where is it we go?
People, your colleague, they don't feel drive they come out, they dare outside, they don't you know say they don't
okay, as rain and sun they beat us, beat them so una like her.
Okay, you know what make we change this urban market to modern market?
Okay, where will they go? Now be the answer. Where will they go?
Okay.
Yeah, now see, yeah, don't tight.
Don't shock.
Yeah, now, yeah, don't tight. As yeah, don't tight now. This woman go bring me a company in front. He go agree? Okay, road there again. Now, ugly people. That they come now, come collect their money. That they come, they now say we made the suffer.
So, but government say they make una give them chance, make they build this place again.
So quick like that. If they say okay, they Chuchu say okay, make them build that. 3 months, may we go stay. Later, may we come back. That one a different case. Since they go come say they want build that now, 1 year we go there.
That one when they take that is 1 year when they build that.
It don't pass so. It don't pass so.
That one got tell me no damn ma.
Salo bona pa ma ata ma.
Salo boya tell me no damn ma o. Bagbo. I don't go I dey for street for Benin City. I should watch am share am. I should watch am drop your comments. I should watch am like am. That one got tell me no damn ma. Salo boya tell me no damn ma o. Bagbo. That one got TV no davema. Osalo bara TV no davema. Wagbo. That one got TV no davema. Salo bara TV no davema. Wagbo. That one got TV no davema. Salo bara TV no davema. Wagbo. However, this market is due for renovation. This market is due for renovation.
They're supposed to give us allocation. We like us, they want build down.
You know, sir, they come for that.
They said, make them move us, go down, and make we see go.
What of people who said that's how they move from us?
Now we they talk, now me not go cause fight. You not see her?
But the work is.
Everybody want them frustrated.
No, not fit frustrated.
Fire. Where we want go?
Fire fit burn all these things. So.
No, the market too many yaga. The market even all this wire, everything. The lackers they want innovate.
You know, see, that's I be.
But as we not go get space and everybody see they pay us.
Okay,
not be said we don't like what Okpebolo want to do for us. We like her because if you reach there, the way that place be, even our home, that place fine, pastor. Yes. But wetin they pay us now, I be say. Where we want go, we not see.
Carry your goal.
Now be where they pay us.
Go outside first now.
They say they go give us that place we first stay. Even though say na your small ground like people pour our table.
You know fit talk like that too.
May we say small.
People first take that before they come there.
We know. Not be say we know say people first dead here. You understand me so? But we on the beg Okpebolo make it help us. Inside those all those shomole guiding also this park there in a small she can play me we just stay there mo dey put na ticket we go dey pay her you know yes that ticket dey pay now
that one nigga tell me no problem salo madam you know say that new one be
that new one see am
one may be yes.
But wetin government dey do good o. But government suppose give us a place. Say mo stay here, you wan arrange here. When you arrange am finish, na better thing na us na you dey favour. If for our own goods, you understand? Better thing good for our body.
You no fit go outside first.
You know since outside don full. Mo go block. You know since outside full. You see stay far. We no even see where we wan stay. We no see. You understand? How we go make people where we wan stay?
Okay, hold on. to go to government house?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Government has to sell you or start selling them?
No. Okay, no so. Like this cream now. If you stay outside, so touch and 2 times, it go melt so it don't spoil. Go change color.
You know if BMA you stay house for 3 months first.
You know what you want? Children for university now we dey train now. We not go. 1 man our children go university. 1 man go
However, I just take government down the Peterborough market again. There's so many people relocate. Sister, how you doing, my sister? I know. You know, say the market fight for that.
I know say fair. They like this, so they for fair we pull us now. See na 2 store I get this one that side, everything. I no get where they go, no good now. We are one for start.
They want to make it good.
They make for public provision for us. Store now they say 5 million for 1 store. I want to pay 5 million for 1 store.
The money got to be not done, Salopo got to be not done, I don't they go. They say they come out to You know, you say government has government they bid and they come. They want to make everywhere fine, really where
we know say the government want build that make fine. But we wake up put when we say we not get where to go. Nah, I will want to one. Okay, me not tell her. Now I put machine for road. At least that side where they don't build finish, so at least you go see shift us go that
not
side.
Talk this thing again.
But now so it's supposed to be.
You know, say people fed there before.
No, not be saying that people fed there. Okay, the people who fed there before. Why some people sit there inside market? Why not carry the go that side? Make space for sit there. Maybe we 6, 7. Maybe we see 5 years ago.
It will affect your business.
Why not affect my business? As I there, I be widow. I get 3 children. Now only 1 room and I they stay. Okay, we are carrying tailoring things and machine go for 1 room.
No, as they watch us online now, let's say the rain of miracle won't fall on top of you now.
Amen.
People they watch us all over the world now.
Yes.
You cannot continue.
As I did, we know if we continue. Okay, now government say with the go house. Now house I want to feed my 3 children. Now house I want to feed my 3 children. At least they're supposed to make provision. They don't they mean they not renovate the market. The renovation of the market now for one good. But now where we want to go, they're supposed to make provision. So okay, mona first stay first. Then before you know people when they start this urban market, when we say now there be pepper, now there be salt.
Now there be pepper.
Yes, so now there be salt. Ask me this so. Now me be pepper, now me be salt, now me be school fees, now me be everything. I lost my husband 2 years ago.
Somebody got tell me no time, Salopo TV no dame ma o wagbo. Damani got TV no dame ma. O Salopo TV no dame ma wagbo.
Now to the hit so. As you just see me so, I get you there for school.
You know, see as government they do the urban market, they cost really where
I be like that, but better be cutting the east. Let me the wahala so. I don't like the government they do a really well. I be don't like
those people where they that place where they build again. How did they survive?
Baba, or maybe they still get hope. Me and I let go be my hope. Just like your small space that they give me, even in the only freezer, I go put on my brother out.
So now don't they pack in a load now?
I don't make my things don't reach my house.
Action is taking place. However, when you hear government say make them come out for here because the government they renovate the urban market they come. So that's why they say they don't enter this place now. My guy, how far now? Original. You know, say I say government they build and they consider where they are.
Eba, they don't want to what did you? Yeah, what? What do you say?
I mean,
oh my God! Don't let me
people don't they scatter their store. Government don't say everybody move. I go for urban market. Everybody's moving. So till they happen. Somebody got tell me no time, Salopo TV no dame ma o wagbo. You know say those state government they build urban market they come. They find city where they. Now they don't finish the first session. This is the second session. They say make all the traders make them move. government say people wey dey this section of Oba market make them come out as they build the Oba market they come Siriri Werere. I say they want make everybody.
I never marry.
You know see as government they build Oba market they come Siriri Werere.
I like her. They give us hope. To the last time we go that place.
People fed there. Now people fed there where you say may you go so.
Okay. No, they because since those who are not there outside before, then we go that side. We will still come out. Now what do they tell us? They said we want your state, they take.
We dey allow wetin our governor dey do. They are pacomiza of our time. They waiting. We dey beg and fall. They say make we dey go. They want to innovate the market. Na good thing. But make them quick so that we go come back to our place. If na 3 months, they want assure. If na 4 months, they want take
like
2
how many
so that we
months
go
they
come
do that
back.
first one?
No say that's how I born. That's how I born. This time na renovation. Na that one we want. May you help us relate to RAM.
Stop go dey here. Now they get solar lights. Everything go dey work fine.
Make they quick do am, make we come back. Because we too many stay before they go do am.
You come to government house.
I no go government
house. You go to government house.
Na there wo dey stay.
You know you dey stay?
I said it for myself, they don't want to break up. They said they don't want to break up, they want to renovate this side.
They want to renovate am.
Make the AC on our beg with the beg.
We say when we go government house, government go me.
The money got taken up, government man. Solo for up, taking up, government Park where my park here. You never park where my park here. You never park. You never park.
Where they go? Where they go? Where I know where they go. I don't know where they go.
You know see as government they build and they cost Siriri where they go.
We know they say they go carry us go that side. Where they don't carry us
not
go.
Not talk again.
Okay, me I don't talk
again. Not talk that thing again. Now people fed there.
The people dead there, but they tell us say they don't put people there. They come to shame for us.
You never park.
I never park. I don't get where they park. They go. Make government make provision for us. Now that one we do after now.
Pack your things to government house.
Okay, sir.
Okay, you never park.
We are one part go. I want to go house. My goods are not carry and go house. More than sure where we go stay. Or may we go block the road. May we share for road. If we share for road, motor no go pass now.
You know see as the market they find the considering where they.
We like as they want build that, but make the sure where we go stay first now. If na road water, make they put us. If na agidi be house, make they put us. Make they find where put us where we go see them manage.
What you they say?
That's what it be now. And they sell shoe now. And they sell
How many days?
3 days.
3 days.
They give us 3 days. They say when they complete that place, we go that side.
Not talk that in again.
That's what the government talk.
Not talk
again. That's what the talk.
People not affected. See, now people affected.
Tell us.
You know they talk this thing again. Tell us.
He said, if you complete them, we go that side. When they break, they don't change it for our eyes.
We like as they do the market. We like as they do the market. As they do the market, may they give us space where we go put all these things. We get children for us now. We don't go chop. As they do there, we like her. Me, I like when they do the market. But may they make provision.
Talk to me. 3 days, not gonna give you na me take.
But no, I don't know why you want to make I talk. You be like say you want to make I cry.
I know. You know if you cry. You know see as a market they consider where
see that place where you born, I know what I lose for there. Of a truth, the market is very, very dirty. The market is dirty. We are thanking the governor. As I am now, I'm going home. I don't want to say more than because I've really losing this market. I'm short of words. I don't know. But soon you know me very well. That time that my market born. I know what I've lost in this market. Now I'm going home. I pray that God should just help them. Let them lead us well so that we. They should please me and plead. The market is dirty. I want the renovation. They should just help us. And with the market women too, I'm still begging my fellow traders that they should please take it easy so that all those people will place us well. I don't know what to say.
The matter don't tell us. Many of us carry lapo, carry loan, say they do business. And now during December, now many of us carry lapo, say do business. Now government will promise us, say they go move us batch by batch. From if they finish batch A, they go carry batch B, go the other side.
Okay, this is the way they talk so. Not let those people wait for did there hear this is the way they talk so. They go para for you.
Now we did that side. Now 2 of my show, I born for hamburger.
Hey.
Anybody who see my face will know say, not be, I know they lie. Now there I've heard it before. 2 of my show, I born for there. As the born finish, as government said to us, so I don't feel like you. Government said to us, as they said to us finish, we can't move to the other side of the market. Later on, government will come, saying will build the market. He promised us saying will build that. Truly, build that. We like the way they build that. Nobody say we not like her. But this side, you not join the side where he born.
You know, I tell you, not the small thing. Now you are doing now. I been me carry you last week for moto. And I tell you that they say, market don't get it. But you don't like the way government they do and they console. You don't see the way the government they bid at it. I like the way the government they do. I like and bet. It was good position. Position where we want to go. Don't be lying now. Don't be lying. So it was good position where we want to go. Choose one. May they renovate here or may you continue to stay like this? No, may they renovate and but give us position where to stay. And if they say me you come out now, it will affect you. Where? Now to the family now. I not got that work. Don't say you not be widow. No, I not be widow men and widow women. No, not be widow. No, I not be widow. Go for bad thing. Amen. I do say, listen now. What to do now?
Ogata, one woman say me I call you there. I saw big. He say one show. Governor say I saw.
No problem. She should pack it to government house. If they want to bring healers. You have to take this machine now to near the police station outside there. They operate. Because we are giving government don't give you 3 days now to move.
What do you want to feed our family?
No, you they ask me.
I want a job. Because this one, so now they feed, now they pay school fees, now they feed family. Now you say, more just come out like that. Where we want go? Where we want a job?
Other people don't feel come out from that side. You know, see how they do the market.
The promise they promise us initially now, if they fix that side, we now go from here. Move to that side. They will come now. Then they tell us that so now we just come out like that.
I want to affect you. Not if you carry this thing go your palo go the so.
I wanted to go my palo go the so. For down Buyoko. Who else customer want find me go Buyoko? No customer will come.
What see government they do na good thing. Trust me now. We not say not be good thing, but make it find place for us.
Find place for us.
You miss everywhere don't shake around.
No place, no space.
Government they do in a good thing.
No space. See, what would they talk be say? Make them give us space. They may we locate to that place. Make they come fix here. Now good. Now welcome development.
So you now may you suggest space so that fake carry una go for a side.
No, first try for us.
This market they don't finish that place.
I cannot talk that thing again. No talk am again. No. We not go commission up. We not go launch up. I mean, I say supermarket and police station, everything one day there.
Huh? What we go take? What we go chop? Before that, when the market one day there.
As you don't talk, now go pass your message to. Either you carry this machine to your house or to government house, or I'll give you one room for my house.
I don't want your house. I don't want police station. I don't want government house. Now back at 9 when people they come, now I want. I don't want all those ones.
Our talk can do governor, they try. If they try, governor where they try, now be. You see, make it airport. We know why. We they try. You try.
Another hype man. Another hype man.
You try. They try.
Hype man.
We know what.
Oh! Where the woman with the pack? Hey, whoa! Where she did? Pack.
Our governor now better work they do. But if first tell us say go carry us go that side. But now they just come they say make we pass. See my shop now. Just look at put camera. Yeah, one pack and go. Market one day I don't see where this one there. I don't see where put on. Now one come pack this one go put joiner. Maybe when I even do I don't carry that one go out. We I want put on this one. Make our governor, make he hear our cry. Make he help us, make carry us go down
But
side.
you like the work. You say?
Make he help us, make carry us go there.
People first take that place.
That place where people don't first stay. So, wait now. Some space still there. But it go be 2 to 1.
Okay. As a journalist, I go those people.
2 to 1.
Those people say where the outside is there. They say what you know they talk, so why try?
Sisters, wait. Echo wagwa. Echo wagwa. God, may God touch your heart. If our father, Okpeboro talk say, okay, as it be, make we enter there. If not 2 to 1, even not 3 to 1, we fit enter. Because some people don't already get shop there. This side. Like me now, not get where I want to put this thing now.
Apart from the market, apart from this new market where government they build the come, suggest other place where you fit park go.
Hey,
like I don't suggest.
You cannot go to Rockport Hall.
Oh really? Why would not be go
you like to go to government house and be selling this?
We not go government house.
I'll take go,
I'll sell off for government house.
Pay. Contractor wey they do market. They don't do the first phase. Now the second phase. Now they don't announce everybody should not be today they everyone announce since January. The director they say they should move. I don't know what they quarrel for, what they want protest for.
No, the matter be say government don't talk say as they do they come from that side.
Yes.
Make these people come out.
Move.
Now their problem be say where they want day.
Baba, I tell you something. Those other people if they come out, they go look for space by themselves. Not be government go find space for them. Now since January, someone has to go find space so that make government do what they want to do.
When they do the needful.
The needful, that not be bad thing.
What concern you for this matter? What concern you for?
Now we get the matter.
I know say you not be today you did this market.
No say Wasunu. The time where that side born, people will come out on that side. They go inside some for 1 year and 3 months now. We all of us we agree and disagree. Say if this as they don't do this to a finish, people wait that side before. All those hamburger boys with all of them, they'll go that side. Then this one's where they'll go where this one's will come out. That was the arrangement. I surprised now. You don't say we Nigeria will not like fighting. That place where governor will go better for Okpeboro. Where built for us, my brother, if you reach there. Who are we where for?
If anybody now.
Sister, a toilet we want to Amina say. When kweki, emi no ma, eje manibuwa. That's just the problem. Ni Allah the governor winner. Hey, na wa campaign na election na wa po. Where we ma ni Allah wo.
May they calm down.
Ni afe ko we ladia.
Damaniga temi no dame ma.
O no ga.
Salo boya temi no dame ma o ba pon. Damaniga temi no dame ma. O salo boya temi no dame ma o ba pon. Damaniga temi no dame ma.
Salo boya temi dame ma o
ba pon. Our business now. You like this market where government they build? The market now, Oga?
Oga no, if you're busy. Who paro? I don't know everywhere.
Maniga TV no dame ma.
I do trust you.
You know what they happen now?
I dey hear you.
I don't enter that side since. All those people where they that side where government say make they come out now.
Yes.
They beg government now. Make government say make they enter here.
For where? Now they see that kind one. They not fit on Monday to Tuesday.
They say if you are not sick, make the sick give like your store now, you share that into two. The first day first.
That's true.
Until they beat their own finish.
Because the time where we they suffer, when they happy, they don't say that turn by turn. The time where we they suffer, when we come outside, they call the thing say na lay our head, na government point. They don't say their own they come. So may everybody be here. We be our own this month, next month June. Now they complete a year where we take the year.
Outside.
Outside. All of us were there. All our glucose is dry. Then now when God call you our own, you all can't believe. Except they want made government begin to carry war. So they fight, government no.
Those people say they not get where they want to go now.
Where we go?
They'll pack their load.
Where we go? Make them go back of market. See for government land. This Central Park. If 1 million people go there, it go contain. Make them still go there as we shocking our body. Not see as we dey here. We not dey fit
talk this one.
Na me because they know wetin dem dey do. For your mind, think am na. we go come say make you think it no be you talk I go swallow you.
I reach your former store just now.
For my store, wait.
I may see really well.
They are even good because they don't lose anything. Our own born, market born, like me when they talk, so I lose more than 5 million naira there. They are not born, they are just good thing. They are not born, our own born, because they suffer join now. They don't come get out for me. I say, even if government tell them make the country, I'll let them come. Maybe government go say, more na enter, if you let them enter.
This market fine like this, so that's why just take government say they want to take finish them. So that's why they say people wait that side, make them come off first, so that this contractor go enter that side. Oh, I be one pass that side go meet you. Come meet me, how far now? So market women they don't scatter my body. Talk to. They can't report me. Don't talk. No, I don't want to talk because me, my own. Be say wetin we dey do. Na to build market thing not concern on a local government with government. Now they talk to market. But government doesn't make una enter there now. Now don't give us the contract till na make finish. Now from beginning to the end. If from beginning to the end, you just say na only here the government want do. Now what for you? Beginning to the end. As he find like this, so that so government want me go find this guy. He talking now to governor. It is saying na any government. Or talking and do as he talk. If you like anything you like, you talk about them. Now where they go, now they look. You see that mask where they there, so if now my governor they look now, he could just go look and go this the end. You mean say supermarket go there? The second phase. Supermarket go there. Then nursery go there. But don't be small thing, no. Nursery school. Yes, sir. Talk where they put all those small children, all those boys come market, so that to go they say that they go do, they won't go carry pikin go like that. All of them did there. So not concerned now. I won't be saying they don't give a contract from the beginning to the end. What will they build? I want her to build a house. So when we don't they go on now, say I want to allow some people enter EFS. No, according to my governor say people when he get this shop, when they carry their thing. That's why I hear. We'll first commissioner first. Well done, champ. Okay, thank you. I want enter so I go come out for that side. Enter, check out my government. Hey! Now, wow! However, now the new modern urban market with this, some of the traders say yes, they like her. Many of them say they like what the Edo State governor they do, but where they want pack their things go. Meanwhile, people who fed there, they don't dey outside for over 2 years old. Davaniga tevi na davema, saloboara tevi na davema o, bagbon. Davaniga tevi na davema, saloboara. If fire enter this market, because fire now they always they burn this market. Yeah, make I show you. Make I show you. Okay. See the road street. In case fire enter the market straight. Before it not there. You not see another. We get them plenty. Go see plenty different places. You don't see another one. Don't see one that side. We are one pass go up. Come. Not show me. Okay. Just show me the road. Agiyu wazalako, agiyu wazalako ikwe kime, agiyu wazalako, agiyu wazalako ikwe kime o, agiyu wazalako. I dey for urban market. Hey, this place like born 3 to 4 years ago. However, those market women when they talk just now, government say they come out there. They want to make that place like this. Motor with the drive out here.
But now lift. Oba market traders, Kulu temper. Oba market traders, Kulu temper. So I don't need to deconnect my own lighter generator.
No. But sir, you know see fan? This off, man.
Fire! Wasunu, YTV, fire brigade. They say, Fire, come give me the water, make I quench the fire. All over Nigeria, one of the biggest challenge we market the face na fire. East, west, north, south, fire somewhere every year. But if those markets get this kind of hydro, fire, this is the water that will quench the fire. Drop your comments, share them. I did for the new model urban markets. Market women, calm down. Agiyuwa zalakon ikwe kiveo. Agiyuwa zalakon urban market. Agiyuwa. Shut up!
Waiting they happen. ITV, certainly the best.
Abandonment of wife and children remains a growing concern in our Nigerian society. We're looking at the social, legal concerns, and outside the emotional trauma it comes with, the financial burden, the other challenges that could be associated with it. How can we resolve this, tackling it headlong? We started with a part 1 series last week, and we promised that we're going to be bringing you a part 2 of wife abandonment alongside the children. And basically we look at this and how we can tackle this headlong. And all of this has been an issue that many homes are suffering today. What is the responsibility of the husband, father in a home? And if the husband or father leaves the home, abandoning the responsibilities, what could be the consequence? Well, looking at the part 2 series, I still have the legal luminary with me, Emmanuel Obapolo. Big thanks for still being here.
It's a pleasure being here.
My name is Philip Omo-Gyupo. Well, we interrogate this looking at the ADRO, because I understand the fact that there could be other ways, mechanisms that we can seek help in tackling the challenges that the wife and children could be faced with as a result of the abandonment by the husband, okay? So how can we appropriate a definition of ADRO as it relates to this?
Okay, ADR simply means alternative dispute resolution. By its meaning, literally, it means that it is another form of dispute, of resolving dispute without necessarily going through the traditional courtroom system. That's just what ADR means. Some persons could best describe it as settlement between parties or amongst parties without the traditional courtroom system. That is ADR.
Okay,
and the court does encourage ADR.
Okay, we understand that basically for us to kickstart resolution, it's not really always a common practice for sufferers or victims to head to the court. But again, how effective is this ADR?
ADR is very effective, and it helps or assists to lessen the burden on the courts. ADR, just now, like I did say from the outset, that the court does encourage alternative dispute resolution to matters that are even pending in courts, where the court encourage the parties to go and resolve themselves or resolve whatever is the issue or issues between them or amongst them. And by so doing, most times the matter is resolved, they come back to court for court to give it a consent judgment in most times. So the ADR is very necessary just now, particularly in the 21st century that we find ourselves or that we are living in just now. I think ADR is a better means of resolving matter, because by the time the party themselves and whoever is the middleman that resolve the matter come to an amicable settlement or amicable resolution of whatever has been the issue or issues between or amongst them, I think it is better for them, and it promotes unity, it promotes friendship, and it promotes goodness amongst the persons.
What institutions constitute ADR channels?
Well, ADR, we have types of ADR. One, we have what is called negotiation. Negotiation is a process where the parties themselves, without necessarily involving a third party,
like the husband and the wife,
a mediator,
or a mediator. Okay.
as the case may be, they resolve themselves in an amicable manner, and where they think they want to make it a binding document with respect to the negotiation that they've arrived at, they cannot seek for an expert, and that by so doing will lead to another type of alternative dispute resolution, which is known as expert determination. The expert is a person who is a professional in a particular field or profession or career, and that expert will guide the parties to an amicable resolution, wherein upon the resolution of whatever is the issue between them, it will now reduce it to writing, and it will have a binding force between or amongst the parties.
Okay, but I understand the fact that if we look at it, the ADR channel in resolving disputes that has to do with abandonment of wife and children, we may be having some constraints. Some have already critiqued that if the judgment or if the decisions taken at that level could be binding enough that one can also use for litigation, peradventure that channel fails. So how binding is such decisions?
Most times, ADR is binding between or amongst the parties when it is reduced into writing, and the parties themselves agree to whatever resolution they have arrived at is binding on them. If a party violates the resolution that has been reached between or amongst them, that document cannot be filed in court so that it will have a binding force by the court.
We have dispute resolutions like within the families, for instance, where the extended family can come in and resolve. How effective is that?
Well, it is effective because that is the traditional way of settling matters or issues amongst parties, as the case may be. And before now, families, where it has to do with matrimonial matters, whether it is marriage under the Act or marriage under the native law and custom, we have seen how families were able to resolve the parties. And it becomes binding, because where the family told the line of truth and justice,
exactly.
they will arrive at an amicable settlement of whatever is the resolution between or amongst the parties. But where there is an atom or a concern of bias, that is where you begin to find out that the parties will begin to frown at whatever resolution they have arrived at. Even in court judgment, there are situations where because the court is not a magician, the court is not where the parties have been. The court is not privy to whatever has been the issue between the parties. It is what the parties bring to court that the court will now look at and evaluate and arrive at whatever decision the court arrives at. And we've seen where people will say, oh, this court judgment, I am not in agreement with it. And that is why the law, particularly the Constitution, provides for an alternative route, which is for the person to go upstairs. And we'll see appeals and counter appeals. And even just now, we have seen, particularly in election petition matters, even when the Supreme Court arrive at the judgment, people still frown at it. The parties, their well-wishers and privies and surrogates, they begin to talk about it. But the good thing is that you don't have any other place to go but to go to the court of public opinion. It becomes mere opinion and not a binding force.
Well, we're looking at this, but let's look at where some spouses could be dominant. While we could have some spouses that may not be dominant, where you just made mention of it, that there could be situations that will bring about bias, in all of this. Now, what can you say is the most effective way to resolve issues under this branch of abandonment of wife and children, looking at the ADR?
Most importantly, to my mind, I think the best way, alternative to resolving matrimonial matters, captured, be it abandonment of wife and children, be it abandonment of husband and children, whichever form or manner it takes, I think the traditional way of resolution of issues between or amongst parties should be the appropriate way. And
but some have found at it.
Yes.
Some have said that some families could be biased and take side with the man, for instance, because if you look at the traditional setting in Africa, the man seems to always have his way in everything. And he's seen as the head of the home, and he's seen as someone who can never do wrong, even though there are skirmishes or features of him, going against the rules that binds the relationship. So in that case, don't you see some gaps that could be closed?
When we talk of marriage now, we are looking at the two types of marriage or marriages that we have. One, marriage under the Act. Two, marriage under the native law and custom. And if you look at the traditional way of resolution of issues amongst parties, most times it favors marriage under native law and custom. And that is why those who have advocated for resolution of matrimonial matters have advocated that most times the alternative dispute resolution favors, more importantly, marriage under native law and custom. And by so doing, it is also in public domain that the resolution of marriage under native law and custom seem to favor the man more than the woman. And why is because most times the woman may be asked to refund the bride price paid on her head by the man. And when that is done, it is deemed that that marriage has died a natural death, or that marriage can no longer exist between the parties. But nobody seemed to ask the question of what next? What compensation should also be given to the woman? Well, all toes towards a direction. And that direction, to my mind, seemed to be that Africa is a man's world. But when you look at marriage under the arts, and marriage under the arts seem also to favor the woman, because even upon the issuance of the certificate, particularly where the marriage is conducted in the church, and I've also witnessed marriages under the arts in a ministry of what do you call this ministry now? Interior. Okay. Is it Ministry of Interior? Yes, correct. Ministry of Interior. I've witnessed some of them. Even the issuance of the certificate is to the woman. She's given to keep the certificate. What that simply means is that the certificate is her property. You get it? And the certificate also is a license for her protection. So, we're saying, anytime that there is...
So the certificate is a weapon of defense?
Yes, for our protection.
Okay.
So when there is, maybe that's why in some situations where there is crisis between the parties, you see the woman talking louder because she seems to have the weapon of protection in her custody.
Under the statutory acts.
Under the marriage, under the acts, or what is called, also called statutory marriage. So you cannot say that there is a divide. Marriage under the act seems to favor the woman. Marriage under native law and custom seems to favor the man. Then where we have a situation where both parties contract marriage under the act and marriage under native law and custom, we have made to understand that the marriage under the act seems to swallow the marriage under native law and custom. And that is why in such situation where there is dispute and they choose to go to court, the court now has jurisdiction over that matter, and the question of marriage under native law and custom will not arise. So dispute resolution, the court can now look at it and see how, based on the facts before the court, evaluate same and come up with an appropriate or a proper judgment.
Okay. We'll take a short break. Do stay. Good to have you join us once more. The program is Law and You, and I am Philip Omo-Gupon. I still have the legal practitioner with me, Emmanuel Obakpolo. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Well, let's look at another aspect where it could be considered in the direction of the welfare of the children, for instance, and taking a child outside wedlock. Can we say such a child can also enjoy such proportionate support from the laws?
Yes, it depends. It is yes, and it is also no. Now, marriage contracted under the Act, where the child is gotten before that marriage, what the man needs to do is what the law refers to as acknowledgement. He needs to acknowledge that child to his spouse and family members. And where he doesn't, such child could be deemed illegitimate. But in our setting, particularly the African atmosphere, no child is illegitimate. No child. Particularly where a man, after contracting marriage under the act or statutory marriage, and goes outside to carry out what I call
extramarital.
No, what I call satellite campuses, and have other children. The question now will be, will those children be legitimate children?
Would they enjoy the rights?
Would they enjoy such rights? The answer also is a yes and a no. But the man must have acknowledged those children in the presence of members of his family.
So acknowledgement is the basis for giving them that right, for them to be endowed with.
Yes, is the qualification.
Otherwise, they won't be.
They remain whoever they are. Yes.
But you said under the African setting, for instance,
no child is illegitimate. And by virtue of the provision of Section 42, Section 2.
But shouldn't that be also the way forward? Because if we are to look at reforms in the direction of giving rights to children, it isn't the blame wouldn't be on the child if the father refuses to acknowledge. And so by virtue of that, shouldn't there be reforms in our laws where, whether by acknowledgement or not, as long as a child is born and is determined to see that the child is the father is the biological father of such a child, shouldn't that be the way forward for reforms?
The question
so that the child can enjoy the rights, whether being acknowledged or not.
The question would be, how do you determine whether the child is the biological child of that person, particularly where the person is deceased?
DNA test, of course, we have that.
You see the process. However, Section 42, subsection 2 of the extant Nigerian Constitution prohibits the illegitimacy of any person.
Exactly.
Of any person. You cannot, by his state of birth or statutes, now determine the legitimacy or illegitimacy of
or deny the child of
his rights. You cannot by that. But you know,
so we have such laws. Is that
yes, Section 42, subsection 2. It guarantees the safety of that child.
So in a situation where a father, for instance, denies such a child acknowledgement, can that child exercise such litigation in court?
Yes, and it is going to be.
Can that child exercise such right?
Right, that child can. But you know the process that the child is going to go through, because there's going to be a lot of hurdles for him to cross, particularly where the people begin to ask so many questions. Who are you? Where did you come from? Who is your mother? Where is your mother? How did you get to know so and so is your father? Okay, if that is the case, let us go and do DNA test. And you know that process must first be completed, must first be determined before you can now say, okay, is a legitimate child of our brother.
Okay, but a situation
that a stranger will not come and claim legitimacy where he ought not to belong to that family.
Okay, are you bringing a consideration where the man could be deceased?
Yes, that's where the man is deceased.
Otherwise, if the man is not deceased,
is not deceased,
it's just a wrong DNA test.
Yes,
if he denies it.
It is even the paternity question of that child will be from the man and not from anyone else. But where the paternity question, where the man is deceased, the paternity question will now come from members of the family and probably the wife. And you know the woman must ask that question.
But when we have a challenge where the man refuses to acknowledge or recognize that the child, he is the legitimate father of such a child, what happens?
Thank God for science. DNA will solve the question. That the question of the legitimacy of that child or the paternity.
Is the man bound by any obligation to surrender himself for a DNA?
He's bound by
Doesn't he have the right
he must
to refuse?
As long as the child says, you are my father, and the child gives reasons that will bring the question of who owns this child from the evidence presented by the child, the man is bound to subject himself.
How? How is he bound? By the virtue of the fact that the so-called son is saying that he is the father?
Yes.
But eventually now denies. I said, he's not. I'm not your father.
How can he?
So what could happen to make the man to be bound by the act? I am surrender himself for a paternity test.
The child could go to court.
Exactly.
Constitute an action in court against the supposed father. And the court will grant his request for a paternity test, that the man should subject himself to DNA test to determine the paternity of the child. He has that right.
I said that to say this because most times we have such strong-headed men that will say whether, no matter whose ox is God, they will want to go through that test because probably they know themselves that they must have committed one act or the other that brought about such incidents, you know. But going forward, what could be the reforms? Like a challenge where some have raised, a question that was raised. If the woman, for instance, suffers neglect emotionally, could the court also address that aspect where compensations can be made for the woman who was neglected by the spouse, even though after the remedy has been done, comes in and takes care of the financial obligation? But what about the emotional neglect? Can such a woman seek redress in court in that direction?
Yes. Like I did say, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Acts provide for that. I know that could be that is criminal. It means that the man is going to go through a criminal trial
for a man to leave his wife.
Yes.
For allowing her to go through such emotional trauma.
Yes.
The man could be charged for it.
Yes. And not
abandoning financially or the financial burden, no. Just emotional, as in abandoning her, not even sleeping with her.
Emotionally. The woman
can the man be charged to court for that?
Yes, it can be charged. It's an abandonment. It can be charged. If you know that you just keep her and you don't want it, what you need to do, you file for divorce. You file for divorce.
So it's the responsibility of the man to play his role in that relationship.
Responsible
father. Otherwise, if he fails to play his role, the woman can sue.
Yes, as a responsible father or a responsible husband, you need to do the need.
What time the man says he's not in the mood?
It's not in the mood. Then file for divorce.
It's never in the mood to be close to the woman.
Then file for divorce, and not to just keep her and abandon her. And probably, and you know, in such situation where emotionally you abandon the other spouse, then the possibility of abandoning her financially is also there. Is that it must be tied to it. Every form of responsibility that you ought to take with respect to the spouse, you withdraw them and neglect the spouse.
We've seen men. You know, we can't place a number on it, but let's say majority or 50% of men, or less than that, anyways, that go about on extramarital relationships, even when they know that they are married to the woman legally under the act. What does the law have to say in such situations where men, you know, go denigrate their marriage vows and go into extramarital relationships, affairs? Does the law frown at such?
Frowns at it, and it's clear, very, very clear. The only thing is that if the woman does not cry out, who knows? Who will hear it? So not until
it takes the woman to
cry out. And by crying out,
and show evidences.
Yes, by crying out
that the husband has a side chick. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Not another woman in put in a matrimonial will. We're looking at just a side chick. There's no
satellite campus.
Of course, yes. So which means the man can't do that.
Yes, the woman can.
The law frowns against the man to have extramarital relationship.
That is bigamy. It's the offense of bigamy. So the woman can institute an action against the man.
What could be the
find? Then we know in our setting, just like I did say, that this African atmosphere favors the man, so it presents a man's world. But then the law has made provisions for remedy to cushion such steps taken.
So it's left for the women to take actions on these laws.
But the question again is, how many of them have that orientation?
Oh, but exactly why the program is here.
Yes.
Exactly why we have such a program, to give them such orientation and let them know their right. But if you know your right as a citizen, as a woman, then it equips you to defend yourself legally.
But you know,
looking at the challenges you are facing in your matrimonial home.
But you know, some persons could even look at programs like this and say, let me put it in our local parlance. Don't mind them, they just want to spare marriages. Yeah, people waiting that they talk there now, just now. Some persons could, particularly the men folk, will frown at that and say, what are they talking about? Don't mind them, they are jobless people. What is law? You understand? But most women are going through hell, even in their matrimonial home.
All right.
Maybe because they don't have the orientation. 1. 2, maybe because their family background. 3, maybe because they just want to keep the marriage at all costs.
Thank you. Thank you, Emmanuel Obapolo. Thank you so much. I'm afraid there's much we can take on to this episode. Well, this is just to equip you with the laws as a weapon that you have, as your rights, that any situation you find yourself that seems to be unfavorable in your matrimony, you equip yourself with these opportunities given by the law to seek redress in court and make sure that you get justice. We have various institutions, under the ADRO. We also have the court, under the Statutory Act, that can also help to marshal such, considerations in order for you to get justice. So if you have any challenges, it's just for you to approach the court, and then that can be done. But before we go, how can such a process be started in 30 seconds?
If it is under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act or the Criminal Code or Penal Code, as the case may be, is to report the matter to the police.
Okay.
And the police investigate and charge.
Or you get a lawyer. When can a lawyer come in?
A lawyer is when you want to institute the matter in court under Civil Matrimonial Causes Act, under matrimonial causes. So you approach a lawyer who will now help to institute the matter in court.
All right, thank you. This is a very huge topic and very sensitive at that. We will continue to interrogate it to make sure that you get justice in this direction. I am Philip Omoro Bupong. We'll see you on the next episode. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We're talking about something you don't hear every day. Climate change as preventive medicine. I know you all will be wondering, how does that relate? But we're going to be looking at climate change as preventive medicine. When our air, water, and neighborhoods get stressed by heat, floods, or bush burning, or even garbage burning, because most of us burn garbage instead of getting the garbage collectors to do their tricks. We just decide to burn garbage. So when we do all of this, definitely, when our air, our water, our neighborhoods get stressed by heat, flood, bush burning, garbage burning, and all of that, our health gets the heat. Our heads definitely get the heat. So joining us this afternoon, joining us from Ega Local Government Environment Department, it's Sanitarian Eguavoin Osazuwa, is Assistant Chief Environmental Officer / Deputy President, Environmental Health Officers Association of Nigeria, Edo State Branch or Edo State Chapter, as the case may be, is the one with us today, and we're going to be asking him some questions. He's part of the team who are usually behind the scene. We don't see them often, so they are usually behind the scenes to keep those environmental risks from becoming hospital visits. And we must thank him and his team and other sanitarians everywhere in Edo State for doing their job very well. So let's start with the big question, sanitarian. How is climate change already showing up in our environment, in the places you have inspected? So how is climate change already showing up? What should be our concern?
Okay, thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
You know, climate change is the prolonged shift in the weather condition that has an adverse effect in our environment, especially we that live in the environment. These are things that happens due to our activities as human. And wherever we are as human, we need to keep that environment clean. We need to make sure that environment remain greener so that it will not have a negative impact to us as the people living in that area.
Okay, for a family or a group of persons watching right away, they may not understand everything you have just said now. So what does it really mean? What does it mean day to day? What does it really mean to a family watching, or a father or a mother or children that are watching presently? What does all of this mean to them?
Okay, climate change, as I earlier said, the result to actions that we as humans have done to the environment, the activities we do day in, day out. Like we that are in this environment, we need not to carry out refuse burning, because refuse burning as individual we lead to environmental pollution, and you know we have greenhouse gases that are trapped into the atmosphere. These greenhouse gases, they will go to the ozone, and they will begin to eat up the ozone layer. And the ozone layer is
already depleted.
It's already depleted, and is the shield that covers human from the direct ultraviolet ray. So as human, if you deplete the ozone by burning refuse, certainly it will have impact on us back.
All right. Last week Friday was World Environmental Sanitation Day and all of that. Please walk us through that.
Oh, I want to really appreciate the United Nations for Environmental Program for finding it as a point of duty to always commemorate the World Environment Day. No, World Environment Day is to create awareness to everybody in the environment, to know that it is our duty to keep the environment clean, to keep the environment more healthier, because if you do anything to the environment, it will go back to you as an individual. So the thing you give to the environment surely has a repercussion that will come back. It is like a mirror. Whatever you do to the environment, it's like a mirror. Someone looking at his or herself. It will come back. Certainly, it will come back.
Okay, so with that in mind, most people think of climate as an environmental issue. And then why should we not start thinking of it as preventive medicine?
Oh, yes, preventive medicine, in a sense, we are not going to apply medicine as a doctor, we apply medicine. You know, we have levels of health care. We have the preventive aspect, we also have the curative.
Okay.
You know, the preventive belongs to the environmental health officers and other preventive officers. You know, like the climate change we are talking about, it is the sole responsibility of environmental health officer to ensure that the environment is not being depleted, it's not being tampered with, because anything that makes a man tampers with the environment, certainly it will lead to different health challenges to the person. Just like what I said before now, if you decide to practice open burning regularly, what you have succeeded in doing, you have released greenhouse gases into the atmosphere, and certainly these gases will be trapped into the atmosphere, and when rain fall, certainly it will now lead to acid rain. You remember those days when we were small, when we drink rainwater, when we drink rainwater, you see the greenhouse gases that are being trapped in the atmosphere, when it comes back to the roof of an individual and is being tapped as a source of water supply, certainly the person is going to consume acid rain. So it's a way of preventing health issues. If we are able to keep our climate, if we are able to make sure our climatic conditions are intact.
Okay, so you talked about rainwater. Let me say, the climate of today, the world of today, is it still convenient and healthy to drink rainwater?
The truth is that it is still convenient. Depends
all of the acids in the atmosphere.
Yeah, depend on how you tap from the source of the water. Like when it's raining, you don't just tap it directly like that. You allow it to rain and rain and rain. After it rains for about 20 to 30 minutes before you can now take that water. It's still okay like that.
Okay. All right, that's good to know. Now, from your office as an assistant chief sanitarian, what's the clearest example of climate change that is already showing in the public space, in the public health care space?
Yes, the first one is people, you know, we have waste managers all over the place, especially in the local government. Yes. The first one is people practicing open burning. It is a problem to them and the general public if they still continue to practice such a thing. You also see people doing deforestation where they're supposed to plant trees. They fell trees, and these trees, they bring out what we call oxygen, and that is the air we're supposed to breathe in, the oxygen, and the carbon dioxide that we as humans breathe out. It is what the plant and the trees needs for their survival.
Their survival. Wow. Okay, now we talked about the depletion of the ozone layer. You know, before the rain started, now the weather was very hot. Everywhere was really hot. People were going about with heat rashes and all of that. With that in mind, how is our food safety in restaurants, even at homes where food easily gets spoiled and all of that?
You see, nowadays, you see the weather getting hotter. You see it getting hotter. Even sometimes you may not even know which is rainy season, which is dry season, because of the activities of human. It is the same activities of human. Like a situation whereby you see vehicles that are on transit, they bring out those greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide. Yes. Then these gases will make the weather to be hotter. And when the weather is hotter, you see foods decide to spoil. And when food spoils and is being consumed, disease is bound to occur, especially canned foods.
Okay.
You see somebody just preparing food a particular day, and the next moment you see there is spoilage. These are some of the issues that occur when they are hotter climatic condition.
Okay, now cities are usually hotter than you know, villages and other areas that are not so developed as like the rural areas, so to speak. Is it what we're doing in the city that is causing all of this? Don't forget that even in rural areas, there are issues of bush burning and all of that in preparation for farming season, which happened not too long ago. There was a lot of bush burning. How does that affect city life and rural life?
Okay, the major issue now is urbanization. You see, people don't want to stay in the village again. Oh, because they have one or two relatives in the cities. They want to go to the city to enjoy city lives. And city life also have their own challenges. When people migrate from the village to the city, it's what we call urbanization, urban explosion. You see, the population will just explode at once. And the activities of human, the same activities of human leads to this environmental pollution, just like as I said before. Like you see vehicles moving, you hardly see much vehicle in villages. If you count Benin City now, you see the number of vehicles in Benin City. You see the various gases that are released from the exhaust. You see, and if peradventure there is still more urban explosion. In fact, I just can't say what may happen in the nearest future. So in that regard, that is why we always advocate that we need to also remedy it in one or two ways, by also planting trees, ensure that we limit these vehicles that emit carbon. You can also be involved in cycling, so that the gases.
Just imagine cycling from Ring Road to Oluku. I mean, it's going to be one kind, you know.
It happens in developed country. It happens.
Because their roads are good.
It happens.
The security is okay. You know, imagine closing at 8 o'clock and you say you're cycling 8 p.m. you're cycling back to Obowo, or you're cycling back to Ring Road area.
I still commend some persons. They engage in cycling in Benin City here. They still engage in cycling. So if we can engage
as a professional cyclist or just
individual, they still engage in it.
Okay, Sanitary Guavon, let's take a short break here. When we come back, we will continue with our show. Do stay tuned. Alright, thank you for staying tuned. We're still on the program Healthy Living, and I am talking to Sanitarian Egwavon Osazuwa. The next question I would like to ask now is that, talking about our environment today, right now, as we're here in the studio, who is most at risk right now in our communities?
Everyone. We are almost
every one of us.
Yes, irrespective of the gender.
That's huge and scary.
Yes, we all depend on how we can also be able to keep our environment. If we keep our environment very well.
So how do we keep this our environment now?
By ensuring that we don't engage in open burning of refuse.
Now, who is checkmating all those persons who are involved in open burning, garbage burning? The other day, somebody was burning garbage around my area and the smoke was everywhere. Who is responsible checkmating all of that person? Because I, as a member, there was nothing I could do. The person will tell you that I'm burning this garbage in my compound, all right? Even though the smoke emanating from that is clouding everywhere. But the person is in his compound. So who is checkmating all of that?
Yes, the environmental health officer is responsible in checkmating these nuisances. They are saddled with the responsibility of conducting routine sanitary house-to-house inspection.
But we hardly see them. We see them mostly at restaurants, eateries and all of that, bakeries. We don't see them going down houses. I see them around my area, but no one has ever come to the compound or come to any house on that street.
You know, the truth is that they still go around. They still go around. Especially if you look at it now, we are grossly inadequate. The environmental health officers, they are grossly inadequate. As we are here now, They are all over everywhere. The 18 local government of Edo State, they are going from house to house, conducting their routine sanitary inspections.
Okay.
From premises to premises. You know, we have regulated premises. We also have residential premises. Like the regulated premises, like what you just mentioned, the restaurant, these are premises that are regulated. You know, if they are not regulated, you see, disease can occur. Outbreak of disease can occur. But when they also go from house to house, they ask of the owner of houses or the caretaker. And when the caretaker is not agreed, they can ask of the most senior person in the premises. And when the person has answered them, they can issue a notice to abate any nuisance if any nuisance is being found in that premises.
Okay, do we have to wait for outbreak of a disease before we take action? Why is it that most times we are usually reactive, we are not proactive when it comes to disease control?
Yes, as I said, we are proactive, especially we as preventive doctors. I can say we are preventive doctors.
Okay, let me ask you this question from an angle. Let me corner you now. You know, during the Ebola, COVID-19 and all of that, when you go to public places, you see designated tap where you go wash your hands. You see where there are no taps, there are buckets with sanitizers and all of that. I can tell you for free that those measures now, the water thing has disappeared from public spaces. You don't find them in schools anymore. You don't find them in government offices. You don't find them in marketplaces. You don't find them anywhere as we speak now, because there's no outbreak of any disease now. Abi?
Yeah.
True or false? True. There's none now. Okay, we're hearing that there is Ebola now in DR Congo, yes. And it has killed quite a number of persons. Some are hospitalized already. It is crisis, so to speak, in that country. And we have border with many of these countries. People travel, Nigerians travel, other persons will come into the country with our porous borders and all of that. Now, how do we checkmate all of this? Now we have abandoned preventive measures. Nobody is washing hands again. Everybody is shaking hands freely and all of that. Nobody is covering nose and all of that. So walk us through that, sir.
Okay, you know, the mentality of human, we always believe that once there is an episode of a disease outbreak, we can always take a preventive measure, and of which the environmental health officers will have always been going out to sensitize the general public from schools to schools, marketplace to marketplace. And that's why you see every Mondays we go from market to market. In the local government, we go. And
how many enforcement have you done so far as regards hand washing and general sanitation?
Yes, there is still enforcement in place.
Yes.
And when we go to these markets, we tell them to ensure that they maintain a high standard of both personal and environmental hygiene by ensuring they do regular washing of hand, because whatsoever thing that your hands have touched, and if it gets to the mouth, and if the hand is infected, a disease is bound to occur.
Okay, so one last question before I let you go. If nature is medicine, as we are advocating, what's your prescription as a sanitarian for this city, for Edo State in general, in the next 10 years? Let's see your projection.
Okay, by the grace of God, health is wealth. A healthy people is a healthy people is a wealthy nation.
Okay.
Yes. Like what I would prescribe is the first one, to ensure that every individual plant a tree. Plant a tree. Flowers.
I'm just wondering where
around
you plant trees in some houses where you hardly find place to park your car.
Yes, you see, the truth is that some persons, they overbuild their house instead of making it a very smaller one, and also ensuring they plant trees and flowers, but they will tend to just build it because of their own personal gain, not meaning that they are also going to use it to affect themselves. And when you plant that particular tree or flower around the environment, you remember those days when you are coming from a far distance and it is sunny and the sun is very hot, and you come to a particular place where there is tree and there is shade there, you see the kind of air, the fresh air, the nature that comes out from that particular tree. So that is my prescription to the general public.
All right, Senator Bravo, this is where we wrap it up on our show. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us today on the program.
Thank you so much.
And for you watching and also listening, because you can turn on your television and just be listening without watching, a word they say is enough for the wise. The one that concerns you to keep the climate safe for you, for your unborn children, and your generation next. Do, so that the world will be a pleasant place to live in. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
On the news tonight, Oyo State government demolishes building linked to kidnappers. And Kano police arrest 345 suspects, recover dangerous weapons. VP Shettima says investment enterprise will drive Nigerians' proposed 1 trillion naira economy. FCT police assures of improved security, inaugurate violent crime unit. Civil society groups call for speedy trial in Ajira double murder case. Good evening and welcome to ITV Network News. I am Wilson Omasha. And in our Abuja studio, we have Abigail Aderemi. Abigail, how are you doing tonight? Oh, beg your pardon, Charity Tanko. Charity, good evening. All right, join us from our Lagos Network Center. We have Patricia Gabriels. Patricia, good evening. It's a pleasure seeing you tonight. We seem to be having some technical issues. There's not to worry. One able to reestablish contact with our various studios in Abuja and, of course, in Lagos. They will join us on the news. Moving on, you can watch ITV live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. Follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. The Oyo State government has demolished a building used as a hideout by the kidnappers of sister former Minister of Power, Bayo Adelabo, and her twin sons, Mrs. Olaide Busayo Adegoke John Paul. The government said the demolition was aimed at reinforcing its zero-tolerance stance against kidnapping and criminality. The demolition exercise carried out on Monday morning was executed by the Ministry of Lands and Housing in collaboration with security agencies, following intelligence report linking the building to the criminal gang behind the abduction. Mrs. Olaide Busayo Adegoke John Paul and her twin children were abducted while she was taking the children to school. Officials say investigations identified the demolished structure as one of the locations where the victims were allegedly held during their captivity. The cause of the fire outbreak at Anambra supermarket in the Aduwawa Axis, Benin City, which destroyed the entire top floor of the building, is still sketchy. Spokesperson and supervisor of the operations at the supermarket, Esther Aluede, said the management has commenced investigation of what triggered the fire. Joy Obaisiabo reports. We'll bring to you that report later. Moving on. In 2025, Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo introduced soft interest loan initiatives to support small and medium-scale traders in the state. Almost 1 year into the scheme, a journalist who has been interacting with the beneficiaries across the 3 senatorial districts of the state takes a look at the impact of the program on income and livelihoods of the beneficiaries. William Siama has more.
Look at how it has been loaned to the Women Account for Metal Trade. And I will tell you, I'm with you 24 hours.
That was Governor Okpebholo's pronouncement setting the tone for the free interest loan designed to provide financial assistance to traders, market women, artisans, and small business owners who often struggle to access credit from commercial banks. However, months after accessing the loan, beneficiaries in Edo South Senatorial District described it as a life-changing initiative.
The Executive Governor, Mr. Monday Okpebholo, he had given to us soft loan, which had no any interest inside.
Loan was given to the traders and dispensed to the traders directly.
The money made profit for our hands. That loan, it was just like a miracle. I never expected it. Since he gave us the money, my business went up.
The loan facility has enabled this cluster of young persons to establish a cottage hospital that now provides employment for citizens.
But we are grateful to the governor and to STARS for giving us the opportunity. If you give us another opportunity, we will do more.
Laudable as the initiative may look, it is not without challenges. The Edo State Commissioner for Finance, Emmanuel Okwebo, and the Managing Director, Edo Jobs, Keremu Shehu Kelly, comment on this and government plans for the next phase of the scheme.
Some of the beneficiaries, they have that entitlement mentality that this money is government money and is not meant to go back to the government.
What the government decided was that we'll take that burden off them, give them these loans, so they can do their business at no cost.
The initiative in Edo Central Senatorial District recorded tremendous impact as beneficiaries can now buy goods in large quantities.
Cassava don't drop now, but I'm able to make 230,000. I think I join my market. It come like say, now every money I take join market.
William Siama, ITV News.
ITV and radio has been commended for its role in promoting Edo culture, tourism, potentials, and developmental initiative, as well as providing a platform for professional bodies and institutions to showcase their activities to the public. The commendations came during a courtesy visit by the Edo State Tourism Agency at the Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers to the corporate headquarters of ITV and Radio on Airport Road in Benin City. Alfure Aneto reports.
A delegation from the Edo State Tourism Agency, the Director General, Lady Vivian Elabo, said the visit was to strengthen collaboration with ITV and Radio in promoting tourism and investment opportunities in Edo State. She commended the station for projecting the state positively and highlighted plans for a tourism summit, exhibition and fashion show later this month, alongside efforts to preserve the historic Benin moats.
We see the good work that you're doing in ITV, showcasing Edo in the world map, narrating our story in the most positive light. And I want to say thank you. We are here as an agency doing the work that the governor has asked us to do, which is promoting Edo State Tourism Agency space, all the establishments. We are currently working with the House of Assembly to ensure that there are laws guiding World Heritage Sites.
Responding, the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, assured the agency of the station's support in promoting tourism.
You are collaborating with the right agency, and don't forget that a clean Edo will be a signature to the world.
In a related development, the Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineers paid a courtesy visit to seek media support ahead of its inauguration program scheduled for June 13th. Chairman of the institution, Engineer Stanley Ulia, commended ITV and Radio for its public enlightenment role and promotion of professional activities.
Our point of call is to come here and collaborate with the management that Nigerian Institution of Mechanical Engineer exists. That mechanical engineer is not just mechanic, it is above mechanics.
We have come to ensure that this institution should be able to provide a standard where everybody has to work with. In fact, you have a lot of standards.
In his response, the managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, pledged the station's support and assured the institution of a platform to promote its programs.
We should try as much as possible to give that hand of support. We have enough programs where this talking can at least push further to get more ears.
Among those in attendance were the Executive Director, Finance and Administration, Lady Celerina Ujomo, Executive Director, Operations, Chief Elder Ukbeide Umwanse, Director, Independent Radio, Pastor Dr. Dan Omozusi, alongside other top management staff of the station. From Benin, Ofure, Aneta, ITV News.
As the 2027 general elections gradually gather momentum, discussions on this morning on ITV shared views on the nation's multi-party democracy, the prospects of opposition parties ahead of the 2027 elections, and concerns surrounding public health policies. The report by Esther Ogaro is presented by Oluwafemi Farayola.
Veteran broadcaster and political analyst Dr. Pedro Obaseki says Nigeria's multi-party system remains vital to the country's democratic development as it offers voters a wide range of choices and promotes healthy political competition. Speaking during this morning on ITV from Benin City, Dr. Obaseki stressed the need for political parties to conduct transparent and credible primary elections in order to strengthen public confidence in the electoral process ahead of the 2027 polls.
All these three parties have very variegating, different ideological leanings. Okay. So I don't think any of them are moving for ideological alignments. Okay. They are moving for political survival.
Meanwhile, from Lagos, intellectual and media personality Dr. Victor Ohai, who recently joined the program's panel of analysts, provided further insights into Nigeria's evolving political landscape, highlighting the challenges and opportunities facing both the ruling and opposition parties. Also contributing to the discussion, lawyer and former Minister of Youth and Sports Development Solomon Dalong argued that the performance of the current administration will play a decisive role in shaping voter choices in 2027. According to him, growing public concerns over economic hardship and governance could influence the electoral fortunes of the ruling APC, while creating opportunities for opposition parties to make significant gains in the next election cycle.
What are the chances of this candidate in the light of what is going on in the country right now? Some will argue because of the way the economy has gone down with also the inflation.
Nigerians feel insecure. Nigerians are hungry. Our economy is in complete doldrum.
On public health matters, geneticist and public health advocate Professor Cyril Otohian expressed concern over what he described as the growing intersection between politics and public health administration.
All of us knows the truth behind epidemics and pandemics. When they are declared, money follows. And nobody is feeling what will be the effect of whatever decision they are taking on the people.
Oluwafemi Fadayola, ITV News.
Kano State Police Command says it arrested 345 suspects and recovered dangerous weapons and illicit drugs during a 3-day statewide security operation conducted across the 44 local government areas of the state. The Commissioner of Police, Ibrahim Adamu Bakori, disclosed this while briefing journalists at the police headquarters in Bompai, Kano. Kano correspondent Abdul Ibrahim reports.
Police Commissioner Ibrahim Bakori said the operation targeted criminal hideouts, drug distribution points, and identified black spots across the states. He said the success recorded were largely driven by the ongoing Operation Kukankura and the newly established Violence Crime Response Unit, which have strengthened intelligence gathering, visibility, policing, and rapid response to criminal activities.
The Kano State Police Command has intensified targeted operations aimed at dismantling criminal networks, intercepting weapons, and disrupting drug supply chains.
Kano State Police boss noted that the command remains committed to tackling forgery, drug trafficking, and other violence crimes, adding that available security data indicates that a reduction in crime in several parts of the states.
The command will continue to apply the law firmly and fairly against thuggery, drug trafficking, and violent offending. This progress is the result of sustained operational pressure, better intelligence flow, and professionalism of officers. I appreciate the Kano State government for its consistent support and cooperation, which have strengthened our operational capacity.
The police commissioner commended the Kano State government and residents for their support and cooperation, urging members of the public to continue providing useful information to the security agencies. From Kano, Abdul Ibrahim, ITV News.
We will now move over to our Abuja studio where Charity Tanko is standing by. Charity, over now to you.
Thank you very much, Wilson. From the Abuja Network studio, our Vice Kashim has direction including investment and coordinated reforms across all levels of government. At Teremi reports, the Vice President spoke Monday when he declared open the Invest Lagos 3.0 Summit held at Victoria Island, Lagos.
Here in Lagos, policy makers, global investors, Nigeria's economic future, creation, cooperation, and productive enterprise to thrive. He particularly identified Lagos as the clearest demonstration of how subnational leadership can accelerate economic transformation. According to him, Lagos has continued to distinguish itself as Nigeria's foremost economic gateway and one of Africa's most influential centers for commerce and investment.
This is why we strongly support initiatives such as the Invest in Lagos Summit 3.0. A national government can strategically position themselves within the global investment ecosystem. It also provides a framework for other states to join the race to the future, improve the ease of doing business, modernize land administration, develop bankable infrastructure projects, and create so-friendly policies that inspire confidence.
Vice President reaffirmed the Tinubu administration's economic agenda. He stated the recent microeconomic reforms were designed to market improved and ability to lock private, and he acknowledged that all the decisions undertaken by government have been difficult, maintaining, however, that sustainable prosperity requires structural discipline and economic realism. Earlier, Governor said they're reinforcing Lagos' status as an investment destination that offers a veritable gateway and platform for investors to tap from the abundance across a difference. In his Minister of Coordinator of Economy, he daily said one of the gains of the Tinubu administration's reforms was that the re-emergence of Lagos shining light of subnational across critical sectors, including trade and commerce. From Abuja, Abigail Adiremi, ITV News.
The Federal Capital
and other violent crimes in the Federal Capital Territory have continued to pose serious security concerns for residents, threatening peace and safety across the nation's capital. In response to the growing, the inspectors established Lies Crime Response Unit as part of ongoing reforms aimed at strengthening the operational capacity of the police. The FCT Police Command on Monday inaugurated the Violent Crime Response Unit with stakeholders and security agencies expressing support for efforts to address insecurity in Abuja. Speaking during the inauguration, the FCT Commissioner of Police, Ahmed Sanuel, the unit was established to combat kidnapping, armed robbery, violent attacks, and other serious crimes across Abuja and its satellite communities.
The creation of this unit reflects the commitment of the leadership of the Nigeria Police Force towards proactively addressing threats posed by armed robbery, kidnapping, violent attacks, organized criminal activities. Those crimes are special.
This is a good initiative, and we expect a massive turnaround in the way threats are confronted in the federal territory. I have my mind and equipping of these men standing before us here today.
Commanding strategies of the police command. The initiative aligns perfectly with the federal government's commitment to secure life and property.
The specialized unit was created to enhance the police ability to respond swiftly to violent crimes, including kidnapping, armed robbery, and other organized criminal activities, while strengthening security across the FCT. From Abuja, John Tina, ITV News.
Elsewhere, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, Nyesom Wike, on Monday assured residents of Abuja that the long-awaited bus terminals in the nation's capital will soon commence operations. FCT correspondent Joy Iguche Ihakena reports that Wike attributes the delay to procurement procedures and the process of selecting private operators to manage the facilities.
Speaking during an inspection of projects lined up for inauguration as part of activities marking President Bola Tinubu's third year in office, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike says all necessary approvals have been secured and that the concessionaire is making final arrangement for the commencement of operations.
I think most of us should understand about government process. That for you to give a private individual to run government facilities, it has to pass through that procurement process. And that the procurement process has been approved, and that the private individual is putting himself together to make sure that the bus terminal takes effect. But what is important now, like you said, if it's not being used, the one we are doing today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, will it not be used? So let's not be talking about something that maybe, okay, you have a constraint, we want to, and then we will foreclose about the future things that you are doing. We are proud of what we are doing, and we own apologies. The government process is not easy. Bureaucracy is involved, and once you have achieved that, just be patient. And then we're always in the why do you think the government will expend their money and then not put such a place in use? So just be patient. That it's not, but we don't want to be committed to go out do it ourselves to run that business. You know that it won't work.
The minister's explanation comes amid growing concerns over the fate of some of the terminals which were commissioned nearly a year ago but have remained unused. From Abuja, Joy Igoche Hakina, ITV News.
We'll now move over to our Lagos studio where Patricia Gabriel is standing by. Patricia, over now to you.
Thank you, Wilson. Good to see you on the screen tonight. From our Lagos Network studio, the federal government says it has launched a National Technical and Vocational Education Training, TVET, initiative to unify government, industry, regulators, development partners, and training providers around a shared vision for skills development. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, made this known during the 2026 TVET conference in Lagos. Aigboje Kwara tells us more.
Addressing stakeholders and representatives from the international communities during the 2026 TVET, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, said nations that invest massively in skills development today will dominate the economies of tomorrow. The minister said under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, education has become a cornerstone of renewed hope agenda. Commenting the federal government's effort in improving education in Nigeria, the governor of Lagos State, represented by the Deputy Governor Dr. Obafemi Hamza, said that the administration of President Bola Tinubu is placing value on skills, which is a veritable tool in development.
500 quality assurance managers have been trained and deployed to strengthen standards across federal technical colleges, vocational enterprise institutions, and skill training centers. We have upgraded over 40 technical workshops and established foundation for modern national skills infrastructure. More importantly, we have launched the National Skills Information Center, NASIC.
Sometimes harnessing TVET as a pathway to employment, building one system for employability, inclusion, and green growth in Nigeria. I think speaks directly to one of the greatest responsibilities before us as a nation.
Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Education, Mr. Ebe Anito, represented by the Director of Technology and Science Education, Ogungwemi Patricia, said under the leadership of President Bola Tinubu, the federal government has placed human capital development at the center of national transformation.
We must ensure that education translates into productive skills, meaningful employment, entrepreneurship, and economic prosperity. TVET remains one of the most effective pathways to achieving these objectives.
The conference was attended by several development partners, including Germany, France, Switzerland, and the European Union, amongst others. Also, young lady mechanics from Lagos, Aigboje Huria, ITV News.
In another story, some civil society group members in Lagos State have expressed concern over what they describe as emerging procedural issues in the ongoing investigation and prosecution of suspects linked to the murder of two Ajara natives, Mr. Sheriff Ishola Salami and Prince Kasim Ademola Akinloye. Calling for a speedy trial and strict adherence to the rule of law, the human rights activists during a press conference on Monday said the case has become a test of the integrity of Nigeria's justice system and the ability of law enforcement agencies to ensure accountability.
Addressing journalists on the update of the Ajiron murder of Mr. Sheriff Ishola Salami and Prince Kasim Ademola Akinloye. The human rights activist said the killing of Salami in April 2023 and Akinloye in August 2024 underscores the threat posed by organized violence and the need for institutional responses just to serve as deterrent to others.
SR expresses serious concern over procedural delay and the handling of the case, particularly in relation to timely prosecution. Such delay risks creating legal loophole that may be exploited to obstruct justice.
The rights group said the police identified some suspects who were arrested on January 24 and February 6, 2026, after investigation into the killings were reopened. While acknowledging the significance of the police investigation, they expressed concern over delay in the prosecution process, warning that prolonged proceedings could create opportunities for justice to be compromised.
Beyond a mere criminal investigation, this matter has evolved into a broader scrutiny of the integrity of Nigerian justice system, the resilience of law enforcement institutions, and the collective will of society to resist impunity.
We know light surely overcomes darkness, and our light shall surely shine at the end of this tunnel. And our light at the end of the tunnel will definitely prevail this justice that we want.
One of the suspects was last week brought to court.
And back to our earlier promote report, the cause of the fire outbreak at Anambra supermarket in Aduwawa Access, Benin City, which destroyed the entire top floor of the building, is still sketchy. Spokespersons and supervisor of operations at the supermarket, Esther Aluede, said the management has commenced investigation to what triggered the fire. Joy Obaisiabon reports.
Commenting on the fire incident, the spokesperson for Anambra Supermarket, Esther Aluede, thanked the Federal and Edo State Fire Service for their swift response, customers and other sympathizers who supported the effort to contain the inferno. She said the supermarket does not have solar panels and the cost of goods lost is still being quantified.
We not really tell you the extent at which the damage has gone now, but it was only the top floor that was affected. For the narration of the solar panel, I know that there's no solar panel here, and we are yet to ascertain the cause of the fire outbreak. And also the fire service, they were here, but the damage was already done. So we appreciate them for all they did yesterday to rescue the building.
She assured the public that the supermarket's provision section was not affected by the fire and remains fully operational, a claim corroborated by a customer.
It was just the up floor. I'm still here as one of the customers of Anambra Supermarket. The business is still ongoing. You can see I came to purchase some things this morning.
It was observed that renovation work is ongoing to restore the damaged section of the building. Commenting on the incident, the Director General of Edo State Fire Service, Honorable Anthony Ojo, said although the cause of the fire is yet to be ascertained, he urged the public to take extra precautions, particularly during electrical wiring in new buildings.
We will not be invited to investigate, but I will also speak with my men. All ties to that too for, the role they played yesterday. All this thing starts from where you are erecting a new building. The equipment, the wiring system that you use. So it's always advisable to go there and invite them to come and inspect.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbo, ITV News.
Mrs. Mary Yambe has celebrated her 50th birthday anniversary in the company of family, friends, and well-wishers amidst fanfare. The event held over the weekend at her residence in Erith, Greater London, provided an opportunity for guests to reflect on her kindness, generosity, and positive impact on those around her. ITV UK correspondent Roslyn Evorame reports.
Family members, friends and associates gathered at the residence of Mrs. Mary Yangbe in Greater London to celebrate her Golden Jubilee birthday anniversary. The atmosphere was filled with excitement as the celebrant made her grand entrance accompanied by her husband and children, drawing applause from guests. An emotional highlight of the occasion was a surprise dance performance by her cousin Amaze in honor of the celebrant's 50th birthday, a gesture that delighted guests and added color to the festivities. The celebrant's husband described his wife as a blessing to the family. Their children and friends also offered prayers for good health, happiness, and many more years of fulfillment.
I count myself the most luckiest person to have gotten her as a wife. Her kindness, I really thank her for that.
I wish her long life and prosperity. Mary is the best cousin anyone can wish for, and I love you with all my heart.
Many more birthday celebrations to come, obviously grandkids soon.
She's the best mum in the world, she's my best friend, she's my confidant.
Mrs. Inyangbe thanked God, her husband, family members and guests for making the milestone celebration memorable.
I'm 50. I pray to celebrate many more years. My husband in good health.
Guests were treated to a variety of intercontinental and African cuisines and assorted beverages.
What a golden milestone, marking half a century of life and experiences. From Erith, Greater London, Roslyn Evorame, ITV News.
The general public is hereby informed that the Uhia community, Ikpoboka local government area of Edo State has commenced the authentication of all lands and landed property documents within the community. According to a statement issued by the elders of Uhia community, all individuals who own land or any landed property within the community are required to present the relevant ownership documents for authentication. The authentication exercise will commence on Monday, 8 June 2026 and be conducted every Monday to Friday at Uhia Community Town Hall. This exercise is in the best interest of all landowners as it will help prevent future disputes, irregularities, and complications relating to land ownership and documentation. All affected property owners are advised to comply with this directive and ensure that their documents are duly authenticated. For further inquiries, please contact 090-395-16867. Esa Recreation Club has emerged overall winner of the South-South Interclub Tennis Association tournament held in Ekpoma, the administrative headquarters of Esan West local government area of Edo State. Edo Central correspondent Chris Omije reports that the tournament attracted tennis enthusiasts and club members from across Edo State.
Participating clubs at the tournament included Benin Recreation Club, Benin Club, Afeman Club, and the host, Esan Recreation Club. The keenly contested competition featured events such as men's single, men's doubles, women's singles, men's doubles, veteran singles, and veterans doubles. Organizers disclosed that Esan Recreation Club won the veteran single category and qualified for the finals of the regular men's singles and doubles events before heavy rainfall temporarily disrupted play. Speaking at the event, the president of Esan Recreation Club, Dr. Timothy Iyayi, alongside other participants, described the zonal tournament as an avenue to fostering friendship, healthy competition, and interaction among club members. At the end of the tournament, the host club, Esan Recreation Club, was declared the overall winner, capping a successful championship marked by sportsmanship and camaraderie among participating clubs.
We appreciate the love, the engagement, the interaction.
The games were quite interesting and engaging.
It was a fair tournament. There's no complaints. It was fair. The officiating was honest.
In Ekpoma, Chris Omije, ITV News.
As part of measures to protect infrastructure in public schools, the Edo State Security Corps has deployed personnel to some schools across the 3 senatorial districts. The State Deputy Corps Commander Richard Balogo, who was on the tour of some public schools in Edo Central Senatorial District, said the Corps is fully prepared to carry out its assignment. Jonah Omowa reports.
There have been reported cases of encroachment on school lands, vandalism of infrastructure such as roofs, boreholes, windows, and other valuable facilities meant for learning in public schools. To curb this trend, the Edo State Security Corps is putting measures in place to curb the menace to ensure a secured, conducive learning environment that meets global standards by deploying its officers to educational institutions across the state to halt the trend. According to the Deputy Corps Commander, Edo State Security Corps, Richard Balogun, who went on a security assessment and operational inspection tour aimed at strengthening the protection of lives and property within government-owned school and public facilities across Edo Central Senatorial District, it won't be business as usual for all those who delight in vandalizing school infrastructure.
If you go around the school, you see the wonders, you will see the level of construction there, the level of development there, so we will not allow whole block to vandalize destruction, to remove zinc, even near will not allow them. That is the purpose of going around the whole schools, Edo North, Edo Central, and Edo South here. It's a continuous something we continue to go around and make sure those things are protected. That is our mission, to make sure they are protected. It's a continuous something, and that is the initiative of the governor, who did me feel that we should go around the school and protect the infrastructure. You can see, if you go around yourself, you see the kind of, I've never seen such development in schools. In all my states, I see school so much, how much money invested in infrastructure. You need to go out and see. If you go to this Army Children's School, if they ever walkways, so we don't want any vandalism at all. That's why we are going around. In fact, I share my number to all the schools visited.
He urged all commanders and operatives concerned to maintain vigilance and ensure adequate security coverage of all assigned facilities within their area of responsibility. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Edo State Police Command says it is set to prosecute those arrested for spreading fake news capable of causing panic and public disorder. The command's public relations officer, ASP Eno Ikoedem, disclosed this while giving an update on the recent case of one 45-year-old Oluchi Ubonwa who faked her kidnapping. Jonah Omowa reports.
Say your last prayer now. Say your last prayer now.
The dust raised by the first kidnap claim by Oluchi Ugbowan is yet to settle, as the Edo State Police Command revealed that she, alongside her accomplices, are in police custody. Giving an update on recent first kidnap claims by some individuals in Benin City, the Edo State Police image maker ASP Eno Ikedem disclosed that her first claim led to serious panic in Benin City. On the first claim of kidnapping raised by Emmanuela Uzebo, also known as Azawoman, the police public relations officer said she will again be arraigned in court on Tuesday.
Oluchi Ugbowan was incidentally tracked down to Delta State and was arrested in a hotel. The entire syndicate have been caught. They have all confessed to this crime, and the rifle which was used in that video has also been recovered. Edo State Police Command have arrested one Mrs. Emanuela Uzebo, popularly known on social media as Azawoman, and she will be arraigned in court in accordance with extant laws.
ASP Ikedem said investigation into the murder case of a 30-year-old Esoe Greatness Aigbe is ongoing while the police await the autopsy reports.
The Commissioner of Police, CP Monday Agboneka, FDC, has ordered for discreet investigation into this matter. We have 2 suspects in custody. An investigation is still ongoing to ascertain the true cause of the incident.
She reiterated that the command warns individuals against deliberate spread of false information capable of causing public disorder, pointing out that anyone found for disseminating misinformation intended to incite panic will be investigated and dealt with in accordance with the law. From Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
We will now join to look more Guntume full sports stories making the rounds.
Hello and welcome to Sport News. The Super Falcons of Nigeria produced a dominant second-half display to defeat Senegal's Teranga Lionesses 3-0 in an international friendly at the Remo Star Stadium in Ikenne. After a goalless first half, John Omewa broke the deadlock 3 minutes after the restart, heading home from a Shukurat Oladipo cross. Omewa doubled Nigeria's lead in the 55th minute with a composed finish after a strong run through the Senegalese defense. Captain Rasheedat Ajibade then turned provider in the 66th minute, setting up substitute Asisat Oshola to score the Falcons' third and seal a convincing victory. The win provides a major boost for the African champions as they continue preparation for the upcoming Women's African Cup of Nations. Super Eagles midfielder Alexander Iwobi is on the verge of a major milestone as he prepares to earn his 100th cap for Nigeria when the team takes on Portugal in an international friendly in Leira on Wednesday. The Fulham star expressed gratitude to Nigerians at home and abroad for their unwavering support throughout his international career, describing it as an honor to represent the country. Iwobi, who made his debut for the Super Eagles in October 2015, said he has no regret choosing Nigeria over England. Reflecting on his journey, the 29-year-old said his most memorable moment in national colours remains the goal he scored against Zambia in New York in 2017, which secured Nigeria's qualification for the 2018 FIFA World Cup in Russia. Iwobi has represented Nigeria at 4 African Cup of Nations tournaments, winning 1 silver and 2 bronze medals, and was also part of the squad that featured at the 2018 FIFA World Cup. His 100th appearance will further cement his place among the country's most capped players. Manchester City and Chelsea are in advanced talk over the appointment of Enzo Maresca as Pep Guardiola's successor at Etihad Stadium. Guardiola announced last month that he will step down after a decade in charge, with Maresca emerging as City's preferred candidate. Discussions are now focused on agreeing a compensation package with Chelsea. The Italian coach, who previously worked under Guardiola during Manchester City's treble-winning campaign, is keen on return to the club. However, Chelsea believe they are entitled to compensation after Maresca left Stamford Bridge earlier this year, having a contract running until 2029. Maresca also managed Leicester City to Premier League promotion before his spell at Chelsea and could now be set for a return to Manchester City as negotiations continue between the two clubs. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime Tolulope Ogutime.
And that's it on the news tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I'm very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be so, each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma Okada zima Esama zima dion Bona zima dion Obala zima dion Malawe Mari Esama diona ni mado pon me sama ni mado gbeken sama e ma dio wa na esama magbeken ne osabo obuyo bitu ne baba no get on maga no dia me maga ma ni do gbeken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma ato e ma agbo oro pa ewu dori e ma dia wo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni just ko sino mi afa
in Esama in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omarege Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
Omonomba Nedo Ukwakwalokmolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Ugie Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka Royal Drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the event. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
certainly the best.
All right, now a very good afternoon to you, and you're welcome to our program on television again this week, African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evan Sunokoge. You're welcome to the program. Well, you know that on this program we discuss issues on the continent, the African continent, and of course how we can educate ourselves as Africans and see what is really going on in the continent. We discuss political issues, economic issues, and above it all, how to reposition the continent in a better sphere. Well, today on the program African Discourse, we're going to be looking at something that has started for quite some time now, talking about the xenophobic attack in South Africa. Of course, when we talk about the xenophobic attack, it is really not related to Nigeria alone, because some persons are almost of the opinion that once we mention xenophobic attack in South Africa, then we are relating to a kind of a frosty relationship that has gone wrong between Nigeria and South Africa. It is really not like that. Now, the last episode we had, it was a situation that other nationals were being affected. Other citizens of other countries were being affected. But for the purpose of this discourse today, we're going to be looking at the latest development now, how foreign nationals, African nationals as a matter of fact, how they are beginning to repatriate their nationals. As we speak now, we understand that the Nigerian authority is also seeing how they can move Nigerians that have been affected in South Africa because of the xenophobic attack. Well, you and I know that the relationship between South Africa and Nigeria has spanned into more than 2 decades. As a matter of fact, it is on record that Nigeria played a very major role during the time of apartheid in South Africa. Well, you may want to say that that's another explanation, that's another narrative for another topic another day. But when we look at the relationship between South Africa and Nigeria, and of course when we look at the issues of xenophobia and all that between these 2 countries, there's no way we can forget in a hurry the apartheid era in South Africa, and of course the major role that Nigeria played as a country. Well, today on the program, like I said, we are looking at South Africa's xenophobic attack and affected countries, received nationals, issues on the focus. And our guest today is a big one because we have to go the extra mile to ensure we get resource personalities so that when we are talking, definitely we will know what we are talking about. We have somebody that has a first-hand information. He saw some of the issues in South Africa. As a matter of fact, he is a Nigerian. He's from Edo State, and I'm so proud to say that he's from my own ethnic background. Talking about from Edo State here, from Edo North, but he's based in South Africa. As a matter of fact, he holds the South African residency as we speak now. He's Abdurazak Abubakar, and of course he's the Edo State Diaspora Agency Liaison Officer in South Africa. Mr. Abdurazak, welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thanks for having me on the show.
Okay. Now, the issue of xenophobia, between Nigeria and, South Africa has, it's not the first time. I think this is about the 3rd time in an expanse of about 10, 15 years. It's just that this last one that we saw really brought to the fore again what is really going on between these 2 countries. But good one to know that we understand that countries in Africa are coming together now to see how they can actually evacuate their citizens, from South Africa. But before we look at all that and also talk about some of the modalities that Nigerian government is putting to also help in that direction, let us try to take our minds back. I mean, you have a fair knowledge, a fair idea of what's really going on or what has transpired so far, what has happened in South Africa. Now, how do you think, or how do you know that we got here? I mean, looking at the whole situation, how did we get here?
Once again, thanks for having me on the show. And I'm representing the Edo State Diaspora Agency and the Director General of the Edo State Diaspora Agency.
Okay.
So it's a recurring issue. Like I said the last time, during election period, the peak to election in South Africa, things like this usually occur. And I personally feel that most of it are politically motivated. And if you listen to the State of the Nation address yesterday by the President of the Republic of South Africa, the country has a stand, and the government of South Africa distanced itself from the attack on individuals from different countries. So he said, and I'll quote him, that no citizen of South Africa has the right to stop any individual, whether foreign national, legal or illegal, on the streets and request for documentation when you're not a law enforcement agency.
Okay. You mean it's as bad as that? That South Africans stop other nationals and request for their documents of
yes, that's what's going on now.
Really?
Yes. So he has made it clear that nobody has the right to stop any national from other countries and a request for documentation when you are not a law enforcement agency. So he has they've distanced themselves, and South Africa is a country that has laws. So the institutions are really, really working. So if you have found one thing, harassing a citizen of other nationals, you face the consequences of the law.
Yeah, but let us also look at it from another side now. You know, there's a popular adage that rather than blame the hawk for attacking the chicks, you also need to blame the mother hen, I mean, for bringing out the chicks on certain day. Now, you a Nigerian or maybe any other African national, you're in South Africa, you are not documented, and you expect, you know, the average South African not to attack you?
The thing is, I don't think anybody left their country with the intention of going to another country to become illegal.
Okay.
You know, when you're there, but the information you are given before leaving your country is very important.
Okay.
So now these guys got to South Africa, and the people they meet around them didn't give them the good information, and now thereby their visa got expired.
Are you trying to suggest that at times some persons are trafficked to South Africa?
No, I just want to say it's about orientation.
Okay.
There's no orientation. Someone just called you, hey, come to South Africa. You don't even ask. What is the immigration process in that country? Is it flexible or is not flexible? You just board a plane, go to the country, and you got stuck. So South Africans are clamoring that they are suffering unemployment in their country, that their hospitals are overcrowded, that it's the foreigners that are taking their jobs. They are taking everything, so they want all illegal foreigners to go. But my issues with all the things that has been happening is that both the legal and illegal people are affected. You get their psychological impact. You see people on the road, you harass them. Before they could show you, they can show you their documents, you start beating them up. So both the legal and illegal are not safe in that sense. So I would advise anybody who wants to travel to any country in the world, not just South Africa, try to understand the immigration process in those countries before you leave your country. And I think our National Orientation Agency has a lot of work to do.
Now, what has been the level of response to this attacks? You know, talking about the Nigerian embassy in South Africa, because as you are the liaison officer, the Edo State liaison officer to the Director General of the Edo State Liaison Agency in South Africa. Now, what has been the level of response? The Nigerian, agency now responding to the situation and all that. What has been the level?
No, the Nigerian government, they are responding swiftly to this.
Okay.
As I'm speaking to you now, because I was in contact with the embassy, Nigerian embassy in Pretoria.
Yeah.
They had to extend the screening dates for Nigerians who have volunteered. They are coming back. So this is done in collaboration with the South Africa agencies, the Department of Home Affairs, the Department of International Relations, just to ensure that when these people get to the airport, it will be seamless.
Okay.
Nobody will harass them. Where are your documents? They're trying to process everything for them before they depart to Nigeria. They have to extend the screening date so we can have more numbers.
Okay.
As I speak to you now, 3 flights are already filled up.
Oh, 3 flights?
Based on the numbers that they have. So they are waiting for more people to come, show up who want to go back to Nigeria, and then they'll take them. Now, not just that, when they get here in Nigeria, there are other agencies waiting to see how they can fit them into the system. So the government of Nigeria, they've taken a very, very loud step in this regard.
All right, we'll come to that, because this is not the first time that we are seeing that kind of returning home. I mean, we've seen it a number of times with some Libyan returnee, and it appears it only ends at the airports. I mean, they are received at the airports, and of course they are told off from stories and all that, and you never hear from them, you know, most often time. But as of yesterday, I read that a total of about 1,000 Nigerians, you know, have been penciled down. You know, I think that they took that from major cities in Pretoria, in Johannesburg, and some other major cities, as it were. But you tell me, because from the look of things now, there are indications or there are allegations now that you know, I don't want to say it, but it appears that Nigeria seems to be one black nation that's almost any person can claim. I mean, a Togolese can claim to be a Nigerian. A Beninois can claim to be a Nigerian. A Ghanaian can claim to be a Nigerian. So what are the modalities that, take for example, your own agency, because you are working with the federal government now, what are the modalities you are putting on the ground to ensure that the people you are taking in, the people you are booking flights for, the people you are making arrangements for are truly Nigerians?
I think when we'll be honest to ourselves, Nigeria has strong institutions. Just as I feel us as Nigerians, we really undermine the power and the technology that we have in this country. I don't think we are in the stage whereby somebody will claim to be a Nigerian and will not be detected. I live in South Africa. The only issue we have then in South Africa, when a Togolese commits crime, the people say, is this a Nigerian? But a Nigerian know who is a Nigerian. I don't think a Congolese person can go to the Nigerian embassy and say, I want to apply for passport, and you get it. No, it doesn't work that way. I have renewed my passport countless of times. Nigeria has working technologies and institutions to detect all of those things.
Now, I've lived in Lagos. You know, somehow it's almost very difficult to actually identify a Beninois. I mean, somebody from Benin Republic, because they speak Yoruba. You know, it's close to Lagos, so they speak Yoruba oftentimes. And at times, when some Beninois are talking, they are speaking, you think they are from Lagos State. So in that kind of situation, don't you think it's difficult to actually say who is a Nigerian and who is not a Nigerian?
So I'm here, I'm representing the Diaspora Agency as a liaison officer in South Africa. So what I say here is based on what happens in South Africa and the knowledge I have.
Okay.
So I haven't renewed my passport in Lagos, so I wouldn't know if people are claiming to be Nigerians in Lagos or people from other countries are coming to claim Nigerian nationality, why they are not. But as far as I'm concerned, I've worked closely with the Nigerian Consul General and also the Nigerian High Commission in Pretoria when I was a student president. So I can tell you first-hand information, no one person can claim to be Nigerian. Even when you come with a fake license as a Nigerian, it's detected. So Nigeria has advanced to the point that no one person can do, except those doing it here who want to allow it to happen. But we already know this person is not a Nigerian, is not a Nigerian. So from what I'm saying, my experience and what I've seen over there is practically impossible. But maybe it's possible here, I don't know. So I can't tell how it happens in Lagos.
Okay. Yeah. All right, viewers out there, in case you've just joined us, the program is African Discourse on Independent Television, and our focus this afternoon is looking at the xenophobic situation in South Africa. You may want to call it xenophobic attack, and we understand that affected countries now have started receiving their nationals, as it stands now. Yesterday, a total of about 1,000 Nigerians have been documented. Arrangements have been made that they are going to be repatriated back home to Nigeria. Not only Nigeria, we understand that other West African countries have also followed suit. Ghana has put almost about 250 Ghanaians. Then Togo has come up with about 370 Togolese. Then Republic of Benin has about 65 Beninois so far, and of course DRC has about 80 nationals, and some other countries also putting their citizens and their nationals together. All right, so I just want to let you know that you can actually watch this program live, on channel 140 on Go TV, and of course Start Times channel 130, and just as you're watching it now on the terrestrial channel 25 on the UHF band. Now, Mr. Abubakar, now let us look at this issue of this xenophobic attack, because it appears that leaders, African leaders, because this is not the first time it's happening. It's about the third time in an span of 10-15 years. So it means that after this period now, it dies down, it may resurface again. Definitely. Now, what you know that the African leaders, what can they do to ensure that they can actually stop the situation? Because by the Human Rights Convention of Geneva some years back, any citizen is allowed to stay anywhere in the world. I mean, that's simple of immigration and all that. So what can the African leaders do to ensure that people are not attacked, here and there under the guise of xenophobic attack?
I think in the first place, like you said, we cannot stop immigration.
Yeah.
It's something that's always going to continue to happen. But I think our leaders should, let's fix our countries.
Okay.
Yeah, when we fix your country, we have less appetite to want to travel to other countries and all. And you don't have control how people or citizens of a certain country would react or would behave. I think there was a time in Nigeria where such a thing happened. So just in Nigeria, we outgrew
yes,
stage.
Yes.
So I'm also believing
do you actually agree, or the way Nigeria is now, do you think a Ghanaian will want to come to Nigeria?
Ghanaians, they have fixed their country.
That's it.
But also we outgrew that. Do you understand? So I think South Africa is still in the stage. As time goes on, they're going to outgrow it as well. So, but we just have to fix ourselves, fix our country, so we have less appetite to want to travel to other people's country and all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now let us, come back to the way, because this, as of yesterday, we had about 1,000. I know that the number is going to grow. Like you said, that they are still trying to get more persons. Now, when these Nigerians touch down at any of the airports, maybe Nnamdi Azikiwe Airport in Abuja or the other one in Lagos, now they're going to be taken to their various states. Other states here, we are so close to the government and all that. Now, what are the preparation put in place to ensure that these people are received back to their, back home?
You mean in the states?
In the states, yeah.
No, of course, the governor we have is a working governor, and for him to create the diaspora agency, automatically would tell you that he has the interest of the Nigerians in diaspora at heart, and also those Nigerians that are displaced at heart. And the reason I'm here speaking to you is because of the interest of the governor. So now there have been preparation, the diaspora agency has made preparations for any Edo State indigenous, because we have like 10 of them who had indicated interest to want to come. Okay. So once the final list is published, we will get those lists. And now inform the governor, we have 10 people, confirmed 10 people who are coming back to Nigeria, and then preparations will be made on how to fix them into different agencies and departments in Edo State.
Now, this is not the first time that we are hearing this kind of promise. Remember, we're coming from, I told you about the one that we had at the time with the Libyan returnee. It got so bad, and some of the returnees, they started appearing on our television programs, on our radio programs, calling into our programs. That's all that the government said. I'm not particular about Edo State, but all that some of the governments, some of the promises that some state government meant to them, they never, fulfilled them. So what is the guarantee this time that when they come back home, they're actually going to be reintegrated in a way that, it will be meaningful to them?
I like that. Whatever promises other state government made to their citizens or to their indigenous that they were not fulfilled, that's for them. But for Edo State, we have Abakumiza. You get it? He does the impossible. And is a man that speaks few words and more actions. He doesn't tell you, I'll do this, I will not do it. So I also will speak less on this. When these people return, then you see what the governor will do. And then you invite me back I say, I'll tell you. I told you, the governor doesn't speak much. You get it? So there are preparations for those people. Once they come and we identify our indigents who are displaced, I'm telling you that the governor has preparations for them, and they will be fixed in any agency that's they're qualified for. Those that needs rehabilitation will be given that. Because let's also not forget the psychological effects of all of this. I lived in South Africa. As a student, I knew the psychological effect of going out in the morning, looking at your bag, thinking, will I be attacked or I will not be attacked? You get all of those things put together are the things I think the government will look into.
Now, a while ago, you were trying to actually let us into the true situation in South Africa, because against the backdrop that we back home, we also hear so many things. I mean, so many analyses. There are the ones that says that South Africans, they don't want to work, Nigerians to do the job, and of course there are also some narrative that suggests that some Nigerians, they are into all level of criminality over there, and you know, there's this also you know, narrative, the one that supports the political narrative, the one you talked about the last time you came, that it is during elective period that these things happen. So which one do we really anchor this attack on?
Like I said, I will still reiterate what I said before.
Yeah.
This thing is more of, I call it more political. I'll give you an example. In Nigeria, we complain about insecurities every day. Why do you think out of the blue now we haven't massive level of insecurity in Nigeria? People might call it different things. I would say they are politically motivated by oppositions. That is my view.
Politically motivated?
That is my view. Like, you have your views.
Yeah.
Because during the time, if I think back from the different presidents we had in Nigeria, when it was time for election that brought in President Muhammadu Buhari, what happened? There was a massive level of insecurity. Protests everywhere against the former president, Goodluck Jonathan. What is different between what happened then and what is happening now?
Yeah, but the level of insecurity is something that is not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Because if you take, for example, the DROC, you know, the DROC, we understand that there's a high level of, you know, attacks around there, insecurity here and there. So some narratives suggest that it is the overflow of what is going on in the DRC that seems to be spreading towards the Sahel nations, of which the Sahel region, of which Nigeria is part of them.
Yeah, but what is causing the insecurity? What are the overflows?
That's what we're saying. So when you say it's politically motivated, so is it also politically motivated?
We are aware that
in other countries?
The DRC has massive, numerous resources. And there's been constant fight. We're not going to compare what's happening in DRC to what's going on in South Africa or Nigeria.
Yeah, we're talking about criminality here. So it's possible that what is going on in the criminality in the DRC may be a fight for the resources. You know, that's their own way to respond to, that's their own way of really, you know, expressing the criminality. But here is also, it's something, it is going in form of, you know, kidnapping here and there. So what we are trying to, I'm trying to look at it, when you said it is politically motivated, you know, so that we don't only say, if it is politically motivated here, is it politically motivated, you know, everywhere? I mean, it's all criminality we're talking about.
I don't leave everywhere. I just give you my analysis. I said, during a certain period, we have massive levels of insecurities in our country. And I give you an instance from Jonathan leading to now. The level of kidnapping now was exactly the same thing that was happening during Jonathan. And after the election, what happened? Everything subsided.
Oh, really?
This is my personal view, and what, as a citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, this is my opinion and my view. That during the previous presidents, during elections that will usher in a new president or whatever, a massive level of insecurity will just occur. So from my own thinking, my discretion, I said, no, it's politically motivated. Because after the election, I still believe me, everything's going to go down.
Really?
just the way it was. It happened before. So
anyway, I'm going to keep my finger on that. You said that after the election, by this time next year, we would have had a new president. We would have had another or a new president in the country. So the election would have been over. So we will now actually see whether it's going to abate or it will.
Well, you would agree with me that during the election that brought in President Muhammad Buhari,
I don't say. Yeah, I know.
Right?
If you talk the terrorism they are fighting in Africa today or in Nigeria started sometime around 2009. You understand, and that was the same period that. We still had Olusegun Obasanjo then, if I get my record correct. Yar'Adua came in, then 2015 Goodluck Jonathan came in and all that. So it is not actually something that you can say. For me, I don't think it's actually during political periods. I just think that the thing started at a particular time, and it's only not, it is not a Nigerian issue. It's somehow peculiar to some African nations, that seems to be going through some level of terrorism, reaction, fights for natural resources. You talked about the DRC a while ago, so and that's what we're having in Nigeria.
So, which natural resources are they fighting for in Nigeria that would make?
Well, like when it started in Nigeria, it was fight for who owns the land, the Fulani cattle herders, and of course the farmers. That was how it started. And before it became kidnapping, terrorism, and all that.
Anyway, I think my jurisdiction is to limit to what's going on in South Africa, and I bring the information to you people, and then we'll see how, for you to also understand what the governments are doing about it. And I can assure you that the government are doing everything possible to make sure our citizens come back safely, and the Edo State government as well are doing their best to ensure that as soon as the indigenes of Edo State are identified, they are well taken care of, and they'll be placed where they're supposed to be.
Okay. All right, so the program still African Discourse on Independent Television. We will quickly take a short break now, and when we return on the other side of time, we shall be looking at how the Diaspora Agency, the Edo State Diaspora Agency, how they are really doing their job. Because I know that they relate with the Nigerian Diaspora Agency, of which we have Abike Dabiri and all that. So we'll be right back. Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. The program African Discourse on Independent Television, and we are following the updates on the xenophobic attack in South Africa, whereby nations of affected nations now have started putting plans together to ensure that they repatriate their citizens, their nationals from South Africa back home. And we said it a while ago that Benin Republic is on that, Ghana is on that, and I gave the amount of nationals that these countries have put together that are going to be repatriated back home. As at yesterday, a total of 1,000 Nigerians were already written down, their names, they were already documented for them to be repatriated back home. But from what we hear is that it's a very small number. So they're going to get more of Nigerians to that. Now, the latest of it all now is Malawi. We understand that Malawians, migrants, are repatriated from South Africa, and a total number of 150 Malawians repatriated from South Africa. Amid the growing worries of xenophobic attack and all that. Now, there's what it appears Malawi is close to South Africa, because we understand that they are going to be going back home by road. It should be close to South Africa.
Yeah, most of the countries, Tanzania, most of them deported their citizens
close to South Africa. Okay. Now, but let's look at what you said a while ago, that the government in South Africa, the ANC government as led by Cyril Ramaphosa, that just only recently that he actually started the move on how to crack down on some South Africans that perpetrate this xenophobic attack against other nationals. But the question that we asked to that, Abaka, is where has Cyril Ramaphosa been all this while? I mean, we're talking about lives that have been lost, properties that have been destroyed, and you know, like what you also said, that some affected persons may come back psychologically down because all their life savings may be gone.
Remember when this thing starts as protest, and according to law, citizens have rights to protest peacefully. So when they are protesting, expressing that this is what they want the government to do, they don't want illegal immigrants in their country and all of those stuff. Do you want the president has nothing to do about that? You get it? And most of the things you see, some of them are media propaganda. I'm not saying these things are not happening in the country, and I'm not saying that the government of South Africa has not been taking steps. They've been taking steps, like drastic steps, on how to crack down, bring down the tensions. Remember, these are their citizens. You don't expect them to go to the street or use the law enforcement to fight the citizens. Everything has to be peaceful. And I think he has done that in the past, and he's still doing it.
Okay, let us look at, we've talked about that a while ago, you know, the way state governors are going to react and get their citizens back, because out of the amount of Nigerians that are coming back home, Edo-lites are going to be involved. Though you try to make a case for the governor of Edo State that preparations are already on top gear to ensure that they are received and all that. But let us look at the because this is not the first time, like the experience with the Libyan returnee. You take them in, before you know it, they go back and all that, you know. So it probably shows that what you are settling them with is not enticing enough. I mean, it's not just enough for a state government to say, okay, you are back now, I'm going to let me give you 100,000 naira, you know. So are there structured employment opportunities that you think that this government is going to, you know, put those South African returnees into?
During the time the Libya returnee, who was the governor of the state?
We had one happened during Godwin Obaseki. Then I think we also had Adams Oshomole. The 8 years of Godwin Obaseki, I think we had Libyan returnees about twice or so.
So now we have Governor Bevolo.
Yeah.
That is the difference.
Really?
That's just the difference. The governor we have now is the solution. If I were an Indo-Indigene in South Africa or any place that have issues, this is the right time to even come back to Edo State.
Really?
Because you will be faced immediately you get to this country.
You'll be faced?
Yes. I'm telling you that the governor doesn't speak much, but you will call me back as soon as we identify the Edo State indigents on the list, and they get to Nigeria, they touch down Nigeria and Edo State. You will call me back and say, Abubakar, what you said about the governor is true.
Now, some time ago, we saw some Libyan returnees protesting that they've really not been attended to, even if they did not return during this governor you're talking about now. Now, I mean, for the fact that government is continuous, one would have thought that Governor Okpebholo would have attended to them. So why? I mean, why we see, despite what you're saying that the governor will fix them up, we still have such protests?
Okay, I haven't seen it. But also there are procedures and processes.
Okay.
I think if they have issues, they should go to the diaspora agency or go to any relevant agency who would now make a case for them. So as far from where I'm sitting, I haven't seen that protest, but if it has happened, they have not gone through the right process.
Okay, now we're also going to talk about your own agency, the Edo State Diaspora Agency, your relationship with the National Diaspora Agency, of which you have Abike Dabiri as the Director General. Now, what is the level of relationship in terms of you know, responding to situations like this? I mean, nationals that are stranded in other foreign countries. Now we're talking about the xenophobic attack in South Africa. What about other Nigerian nationals? I mean, they abound almost everywhere in the world. You know, how is the Nigerian Diaspora Agency responded to their plight?
You mean how NIDCOM is responding?
Yeah, responding to their plight.
To the plight.
Yeah.
Well, NIDCOM, they are doing everything within their jurisdiction. And they remember they have to work with the consulate generals or high commissions or embassies all over the world. And they work with the information they gather from the embassy to do whatever they need to do. And I'm happy that the president also is a very kind president who makes, let me not use the word funds, but who makes resources available. As I speak to you now, 3 flights are filled up based on the list that they have as of today. And more numbers are coming. They had to extend just to accommodate more people who are coming. So I think there are things in place. NIDCOM is doing fantastically well. And in those diaspora agency as well, they are working in collaboration with NIDCOM. Every information we have, we also give to them. And they give us feedback from what they've been doing and what they've not been doing. Most of the information also I'm giving to you from NIDCOM as well. So there's a strong collaboration between the federal government, the state governments, and all of them in this regard.
All right, so let us, talk about, a while ago we talked about the African leaders, how they seem to not to be responding to this form of attack and all that. Now, we also have other agencies. Take, for example, the AU, the African Union is there. Then the ECOWAS, this really is not an ECOWAS issue, maybe because it doesn't have to do with economy and all that. But let's look at the OAU that ought to talk about the unity in Africa, the unity in the continent and all that. Because if there's actually unity on the continent, don't you think that this issue of xenophobic attack to other nationals won't be heard of in South Africa?
Remember, I had said that you have little control of how specific people in specific region would behave. You only have control over what you and your people would do. I think the AU also, they are doing their best from the information and what I have read as well. I think the president of Ghana made a case at the AU regarding this issue, and the AU also issued a statement condemning any attack on foreign nationals in any country that is not supposed to be. And now what you should also ask is, who will make up AU? It's still the whole countries. South Africans are part of the AU.
The whole continent.
The whole continent. Yeah. So you understand. So the AU can do what they can do, but they cannot force a country to go and repatriate their citizens who wants to come back. But the irony of all of this, we complain that they are killing Nigerians in South Africa, Nigerians are under attack and all of that. We have over close to 200,000 Nigerians in South Africa, if not more. How many of them have registered that they want to come back?
Yeah, because it's obvious. I mean, you ask me that question, I'll tell you, what do you think? What do you think, and what do you know that they're going to come back for?
What do I think that?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
So what
if we have more than 200, you said 200,000.
Yes.
If we have more than 200,000,
yeah.
Okay. If we have more than 200,000 of Nigerians in South Africa, and as at yesterday we have only 1,000 out of 200,000. So the rest, 19,000 probably, they don't even want, if they see an aircraft that is parked in any South African airports, coming to Nigeria, they want to go because
it simply means they are well off, they are okay.
Yeah, not only that they are okay, they may be okay, but for the fact that there is an xenophobic attack, they are scared of that. But there's a greater fear. I mean, the fear of coming home is worse than the fear of staying back. That's what we're saying.
The fear? I think you should tell me, what are the fears of coming home? Because I don't know any fears of coming back to your country.
Oh, you want me to tell you?
Personally.
Do you want me to tell you the fear of coming home?
Yes, if you want to, because I feel it's still within our responsibility to fix our country the way it should be.
Now, it's probably because you don't reside here. I mean, you own a South African residency, so you just came back a few days ago, so you don't reside here. So you probably will not be the reality of what is going on in the country. Now, let me, at the risk of not trying to talk down on the country, but as we speak now, there is a disturbing level of unemployment. You want to bring Nigerians in South Africa back home. Although you have said that the governor of Edo State is going to fix them up. That's what you said on this program. Now, as we speak now, the economy is biting hard on an average Nigerian. I mean, as we speak now, the issue of minimum wage is still very much debatable. The government says that 70,000 naira. Now, most state governors, they are still battling that. You understand? Now, a liter of fuel is 1,400 naira. I mean, that has affected the general survival of Nigerians. Then you are saying that Nigerians should come back from South Africa. So don't you think for them, those other 19,000 Nigerians that don't want to return home, they are probably they rather stay with the xenophobic attack than coming home to face nothing. That's what we're saying.
I have a contrary opinion. I differ from that. Like I said,
you really differ from it because you are really not in touch with the reality. I mean, you don't reside here, but I'm just trying to let you see the truth about what is actually happening here. So those 19,000 Nigerians that they don't want to come back home, it is because there's probably nothing for them to come back for. Don't you think so?
Like I said, I beg to differ. I'm currently in Edo State, and I see the opportunities, the empowerments that are taking place everywhere in Edo State. Even if I want to take it down to the federal level, if you agree with me that the president of the country has increased the allocation of all the governors across the states. So I think it's high time we start holding our state governors accountable.
Now, Abdul-Razak, we do hear all these things all the time, but what we are talking about, we're talking about how all those increments of allocation to states and all that, they are not made manifest in the reality of the average life that Nigerians live. You understand? I mean, with that, okay, even if the state governor, the Edo State governor now gives, let's say 200 Edolites, I think you said about 20 of them?
About 10, 20 of them.
Okay, about 10 to 20 of them. Okay, let's say they give those 20 Edo citizens in South Africa, there's a job placement for them. Now, we're talking about the minimum wage, which is 70,000 naira. Now, they're going to be paid salary, obviously. Now, that salary will not, I mean, you cannot compare somebody that has probably been living better in South Africa to come. So if such a person comes, the person sees that he cannot survive it, he makes his way back. So that's what we're saying.
If they were living better in South Africa, it means they will live in a place where they will not be attacked.
Where they will live in a place where they will not be attacked?
Yes, because the attacks happens in the rural areas. So which means you left Nigeria to go to another country to stay in the village.
Yeah, but we're talking about a country that probably has a better economy. I mean, South Africa does not have a rural economy. The economy in South Africa is general. I mean, the economy in Johannesburg is probably the same economy in one Ashanti village in South Africa. That's what we're saying.
I think you people underestimate the economy of Nigeria, and we downplay the efforts of the president a lot in this country, because we think the grass is greener on the other side, and even the greener grass is very expensive to maintain most of the time. So from where I'm standing, I feel if you're tired of living outside, come back home, let us fix our country. That is simple as that. Ghana, we complained of Ghana, isn't it? You were talking about Ghana initially.
Yeah.
Are Ghanaians traveling the way they used to travel? No. So let's stop the talking and let's start doing what we have to do and support the administrations with our skills and expertise for it to be better. That's what I see.
All right, so if we're going to stop the talking now and start doing what we need to do, what do you think we should, where should we start from? As a nation, where do we start from? I mean, you have residency of South Africa in terms of advancement, technological advancement, economy-wise and all that. I think South Africa may be better than Nigeria somehow. So what do you think, what kind of leadership model is being used in South Africa that Nigerian leadership needs to learn from?
I don't think there's something Nigerian leadership needs to learn. We should understand the population of this country. The South African population is not matched to the Nigerian population. So the people that they are catering for is also not matched with what we are catering for. Do you get it? So the battles are different. So I don't think we should make comparison in that sense. There's nothing to learn. I just think what we need to do as human beings, we should be selfless. When the leaders are selfless, things will go round and will be better for everybody. That's just it. It's just selflessness.
Anyway, we anchor this program here today so that we can make preparation for another time. That's going to be next week, Monday, on our program, African Discourse. And I want to say a very big thank you to you, Abdul Razak Abaka, for coming on the program today. And Abdul Razak Abaka is the Edo State Diaspora Agency Liaison Officer in South Africa. And she came this afternoon on the program to represent the Director General, Edo State Liaison Officer. That's Mrs. Loretta Ugo, if I get that correctly now. Yeah, so she couldn't make it on the program today. And we'll be talking about the South Africa xenophobic attack and how countries all over the world, they are affected and how they are making plans to repatriate their nationals back home. The latest of it all now that we just read a while ago is Malawi, of which about a total of 150 Malawians. They're going to be going back to Malawi via transports. But as at yesterday, we heard that by NIPCON now that a total of 1,000 Nigerians have been put together and they're going to be repatriated back home. But just as the Edo State Liaison Officer said to South Africa, he said that that number is too few. So they had to extend the time. I think that is going to take almost the whole of this week now, before almost the whole of this week.
Until the 10th of...
The 10th of June?
Yeah.
All right, so we'll have about 2 more days before they can start repatriating Nigerians back home. All right, so we'll leave the discussion here today, and next week, Monday, by the special grace of God, is going to be another time on the program, African Discourse. My name is Evan Sunokogi. Good afternoon.
Certainly the best.
Oh, my son, my dear. We say, oh, my dear. Oh, we're not here. Is that where you not over? Yes. You not do so much. Yes, my dear. Where's it happening? Where's it happening? Oh, it's not here. Where's it? What's my dear? It's Papa,
Sama Tokpe.
Iṣẹ́.
Sama Tokpe.
Iṣẹ́. Ìwàyájí máa pọ̀ mí sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́ rẹ̀ ìwàyájí máa pọ̀ mí sáàmà mẹ́. Ìgbàgbọ́
The Esama of Benin Kingdom thanked the new Edion for visiting him and advised them to always abide by the rules and regulations of their new positions. The Esama urged them to indulge in what will continue to bring development and progress to the community.
When I say it's your job, I wait to us and I know what I've ever
Iṣẹ́ Papa.
Caliban was in a coupon of the wisdom. Who paid you? Who paid you? And Baba. Echo one as ever. If I had lost the letter, then we asked about my former. I will wait in it. A joke. But Jonah will. Jonah Pulu, Jonah Luria, he said, why we go back? But John Way, Kajan and I had the way. Why we go at the window, no matter look at
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Omonyoba nedo ukwa kolopolo Ewai II, Oba of Benin, stepped out majestically with loud crowd to perform the Isoton rites of his late mother, Queen Mother Ioba Omoni Ikoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, who departed this world 49 years ago. Isoton is a traditional rite of the procession in memory of the departed person's spirit in Benin Kingdom. It is usually heralded by public display of the departed person's influence during their sojourn on earth. The display of a human effigy symbolizing the departed royal matriarch was preceded by the Oba of Benin, who led the procession from his palace to the Emotan Shrine at King Square in Benin City, where he offered prayers for the repose of the soul of the Queen Mother, Ioba Ewai II. Thereafter, the priest assigned to the Emotan Shrine offered Oba Ewai II items for Isoton on behalf of his family. However, chalk, known as Uri, represented a mixture from royal fans after ancestral spirits were invoked to bear witness and announce his arrival. On his way home, Oba Ewai paid tributes at various pilgrimage sites, including Queen Idia Tomb, beside Oba Market, where a cheerful crowd of traders abandoned their wares to catch a glimpse of the royal personage and join in the celebration.
ITV, certainly the best.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
ITV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. And of course this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back freely. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. Alright, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout in reps and it's set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Right. Let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. Uphill. Breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Gato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what can you do, please? 3, 2, 1. This is when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left. To right, brother. 3, 2, 1. Let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just like 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep attaching like this. And the horse stands just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. We have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, what's called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we have our ladies, there are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in the pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid-open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid-open. Let's go. 3, 2, Go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. That's okay. Being open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for the ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. But for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the, the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thanks guys. Yeah, we were awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah. RTV, certainly the best.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwe seed. Ayo or Akwe game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwe game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
ITV Certainly the best.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on independent television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.